Chapter 5498. Without a doubt, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had become much stronger after recovering 60% of his cultivation. He could actually fight against Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Previously, he had been tortured badly by Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. But after Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven successfully took back that drop of heart blood, his battle power had increased by a lot. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven continued to attack. He used his hand to chop for the third time. The instant he slashed out with his saber, countless saber lights appeared in the void without any warning. The overwhelming saber lights immediately drowned Sacred Leader Void Sky's clone. "I'll absorb!" Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone roared angrily. In the next instant, a black hole appeared on his body and swallowed the blade lights crazily. What? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was shocked when he saw this. He didn't think that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone would be this powerful. Probably even Sacred Lord Void Sky never imagined that the clone he left behind in the past would actually grow to the point where it could contend against infinite primes. Usually a clone was just a clone. It couldn't be stronger than the real body. Although Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone might not be stronger than his real body, it was still one of the top infinite primes. Even the limitless Swordmaster, the limitless Demonic Lord, and the Snow Yao weren't a match for this clone of Sacred Master Void Sky. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had to change his move when he saw that his third slash was about to be completely swallowed. He directly used the fourth slash. When the fourth slash was used, the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly. The entire area seemed like it was about to become an ice cave. A terrifying killing intent appeared in the sky. The fourth slash of Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's Chaotic Heaven 13 slashes was unimaginably strong. "Senior brother, do you really want to fight with your life on the line?" Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was shocked when he saw Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven use this move. He was Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, so he naturally knew Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven very well. The Chaotic Heaven 13 slashes was Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's trump card. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven wouldn't use this move easily unless he was fighting with his life on the line. What the F***CK? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven roared and attacked. Swoosh! His blade was like a streak of light that flashed through the air. It was extremely fast and instantly slashed toward the black hole that Sacred Lord Void Sky had turned into. It went straight into the black hole. "This slash is not bad." Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Holy Master Chaotic Heaven's attack. The power of this attack couldn't be underestimated. If Holy Master Chaotic Heaven had used this attack when he was at his peak, even Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to block it. That's all. Yen Wu, however, said disapprovingly. With a miserable shriek, the black hole immediately disappeared. A figure immediately retreated, and a bloody light appeared. A bloody smell immediately filled the air. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was injured. "Senior brother, don't force me." Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation roared. He glanced at the saber wound on his shoulder before glaring at Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. "I force you." "Ha!" Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven laughed heartily. When he thought about the torture he had suffered in the valley, his eyes teared up. All of this was thanks to Sacred Master Void Sky. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was both shocked and angry. He had lost contact with his main body for a long time. He didn't know what had happened after his main body and Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven left the Void Realm. Again, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven attacked again. This time his aura was different. The fourth slash was earth-shattering, but the fifth slash was domineering. Every slash of the Supreme Blade Tao that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven created had different power. Each slash had its own unique characteristics, and each slash brought the power of the Blade Tao to the extreme. When the fifth slash was unleashed, the entire world trembled. This was a domineering slash. Under this slash, it seemed as if anything could be destroyed by this slash. It was as if nothing could block this slash. Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation's expression changed drastically when he saw his senior brother unleash such a domineering slash. This slash couldn't be blocked at all. Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation retreated immediately. However, the blade aura of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash was too strong and domineering. The blade light moved like a shadow and slashed at Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation in an instant. The sharp blade aura penetrated the Incarnation's body. Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation spat out a mouthful of blood before he was truly slashed. One thought to transform the heavens. Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation unleashed a mystic ability with all his might. Endless divine light erupted from his body as if he wanted to become one with heaven and earth. It was as if a supreme existence was transforming into the Tao. The power of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's terrifying and domineering slash was actually transferred by Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation to the surrounding heaven and earth. His heaven transformation mystic ability was to transfer the opponent's power to the Void Realm so that the entire Void Realm could block Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's shocking slash for him. The surrounding space immediately began to tremble violently, and sinister and terrifying black cracks appeared in the space. This fella, Gu Fei, was displeased when he saw this. This fella actually wanted the Void Realm to die together with Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven slash in order to block Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven slash. However, Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation was unable to transfer the power of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash to the surrounding heaven and earth. The power of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash was completely unleashed. The void around Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation instantly shattered. He let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying. The clothes on his upper body were instantly shredded into pieces. Countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation was extremely shocked. He had almost been dismembered by Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash. Furthermore, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's saber aura had invaded his body and was continuously destroying his vitality. Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation had aged countless years in an instant. His hair had turned snow white, and the aura on his body had become very weak. Today, I will collect some interest. When I kill my way into the limitless realm in the future, I will settle the score with that bastard Void Sky. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven roared as he attacked Sacred Master Void Sky's Incarnation. He unleashed his 6th slash. The power of the Chaotic Heaven 13 slash increased with each slash. Given Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's current cultivation, it was already very difficult for him to unleash his 6th slash. However, when Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's 6th slash was unleashed, heaven and earth seemed like it was going to be split in half. The terrifying power of the saber Tao shook heaven and earth. Chapter 5499. In the sky above the sky-piercing snow mountain, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was fighting against Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. At the start, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven wasn't a match for Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone at all. But the situation changed when Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven took back the drop of heartblood that he had left on the sky-piercing snow mountain. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's drop of heartblood had existed for countless years and had gathered an endless amount of heaven-earth spiritual chi. When Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven took back the drop of heartblood, his cultivation recovered to around 60%. The fact that Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was able to fight against Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and suppress it made Gu Fei feel slightly surprised. This guy was able to beat Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone after recovering to 60% of his cultivation? One had to know that although Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was just a clone, its cultivation had reached the infinite prime realm a long time ago, and it was one of the top infinite primes. Now, it was Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's turn to beat Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. At this moment, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven used all of his strength to unleash a 6 slash. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's saber Tao power shook heaven and earth when he slashed out. The bright saber light instantly surpassed the limits of space and time, and blood appeared. The head of Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone flew into the air. Seeing this scene, both Gu Fei and Yan Wu were stunned. The power of Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's slash was truly heaven-defying. It was able to kill Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone with just one slash. The speed of this slash had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei's expression couldn't help changing. This guy's attack could be summed up in one word: fast. That's right, it was fast. It was extremely fast. Gu Fei knew that if he was in Sacred Lord Void Sky's position, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge it and would be hit. Of course, Gu Fei's martial body was extremely strong, and he was someone who had comprehended the Tao through his martial arts. Even if he was hit by Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's slash, nothing would happen to him. It would not be like Sacred Master Su Tian's clone, which had its head sent flying. Moreover, although Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's blade had cut off the head of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, he hadn't been able to kill it. The head of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone flew in a circle in the air before landing on his body and returning. Seeing this scene, Hong Zui-er's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. If one slash doesn't work, then I'll slash slash slash. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven continued to attack. Countless saber lights flashed in the void. Every saber move that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven made was as fast as the first one. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone had no chance to dodge at all. Every slash from Sacred Lord Chaotic Sky landed accurately on his body and shattered Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Let's see how you recover this time. After Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven put away his saber, he was panting and sweating profusely. It was as if he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Using such a powerful saber, Move consumed a large amount of essence chi. He slashed out hundreds of times in one breath, and his body was nearly hollowed out. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was speechless. This Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was too amazing. However, how could Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, who had reached the infinite prime realm, be killed by Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven so easily? A ball of divine light appeared, and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone appeared in front of everyone again. However, his aura was much weaker this time. In other words, even though Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone could reform his body, he had become weaker. Again, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was about to attack again. Again, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone jumped in fright. Wait, Gu Fei stopped Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. Master, this Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven looked at Gu Fei in confusion. You're done playing, right? It's time for me to have some fun. Gu Fei smiled. Master wants to play. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was shocked. How could Void Sky's clone win against Master? It was destined to be destroyed by Master. However, since Master had already said so, he couldn't go against Master. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven immediately retreated. All right, it's our turn. Let's play. Gu Fei smiled as he walked forward. You, Hong Zui, was shocked when she saw Gu Fei walk forward. If Gu Fei attacked, who would protect her? Don't worry, Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. A huge seal immediately rushed out of his hand and floated above Hong Zui's head. An infinite prime chaotic energy came from the seal and enveloped her. I'm not playing with you. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone turned around and fled. However, as soon as he turned around, Gu Fei's figure appeared in front of him. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone turned around again, but Gu Fei appeared in front of him again. No matter which direction he wanted to escape in, Gu Fei would appear in front of him first and block his path. What exactly do you want? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone stared at Gu Fei and said with gritted teeth. After thousands of years, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased greatly. Now that he had returned to the Void World, he would definitely take revenge. The current Gu Fei was not someone he could deal with. I don't want to do anything. I just want to fight with you. Gu Fei smiled. You want to fight with me? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was stunned. Was this guy an idiot? Yes, I just want to fight with you. Either you get killed by me, or I get beaten to death by you. Gu Fei's smile became even wider. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone didn't want to risk his life against Gu Fei. His figure became blurry, and in the next instant his clone turned into countless figures that charged in all directions. You still want to escape in front of me? Gu Fei stopped smiling. In the next instant, his body shook and endless divine light rushed out of his body, piercing in all directions. Every divine light that rushed out of Gu Fei's body accurately pierced through all the clones of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clones were pierced by the divine light, and they directly disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. The spectators were extremely nervous when they saw this. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone didn't dare to fight with Gu Fei at all. After all, he couldn't even dodge a single punch from Gu Fei earlier. Previously, he couldn't even dodge a single punch from Gu Fei. Now that he had fought with Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, he had used up a lot of his essence chi. He was even less of a match for Gu Fei now. At this moment, all the clones of Sacred Lord Void Sky disappeared. His real body appeared dozens of miles away and was about to escape. Chapter 5500. In the sky above the culmination snow mountain, Gu Fei was about to make a move. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation had already been punched in the face by Gu Fei, and his nose was already crooked from Gu Fei's punch. How would he dare to fight with Gu Fei? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was about to escape. However, this didn't mean that he could escape just because he wanted to. This depended on whether Gu Fei agreed or not. At this moment, Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation had already escaped far away. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation only felt his body tighten. He was horrified to find that he couldn't control himself and was flying backward. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was really scared out of his wits by Gu Fei this time. He originally thought that he had underestimated Gu Fei's combat strength. Who would have thought that Gu Fei's combat strength was much stronger than he had imagined? Roar! Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation suddenly turned around and directly charged at Gu Fei. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well fight. However, before Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation could make a move, he was punched in the face by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's punch directly caused his face to split open. Another slap in the face. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was about to go crazy. Previously, this fellow slapped his face. Now he was slapping his face again. His nose was still crooked. Then he was punched in the face by Gu Fei again. Blood instantly spurted out of his nose, and his face became even crooked. Can you not hit my face? Bam. Before Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation could finish speaking, he was punched in the face by Gu Fei again. No, Gu Fei said very seriously, and then punched again. Then muffled sounds of collisions and screams sounded continuously. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was actually beaten up by Gu Fei. He was beaten up so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Don't, bam. Stop hitting me, bam. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation wanted to die. He had never been beaten so badly before. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was the strongest infinite prime in the Void World, yet he could not fight back at all before Gu Fei. Was Gu Fei already invincible? Do I have to stop hitting you just because you said so? Gu Fei didn't care about Sacred Master, Void Sky's clone. He continued to throw punches at it. Does it feel good? When I walked into a dead end, did you ever think that this day would come? Gu Fei said while gritting his teeth. The thrill of revenge was simply too satisfying. Who asked you to force me? When Gu Fei thought about how he was forced by these fellows to step onto the transmission array platform in the Tian clan's ancestral land, he felt like he was going crazy. He wished that he could kill this fellow in front of him. With his current cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Although infinite primes were strong, they weren't unkillable. It was still possible to kill these infinite primes using special methods. Gu Fei punched and stomped on Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Hong Zue Patriarch Chaotic Heaven, Yan Wu, Shui Yao, and the others were all stunned. None of them expected Gu Fei to be so wild. You're not strong anymore. Gu Fei beat up Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation until it started begging for mercy. Yan Wu, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, and the others were all stunned. Boom! Gu Fei sent Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation flying with a kick. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation directly fell towards the snowy mountain below. It crashed into the snow valley at the foot of the mountain and disappeared. Master, did you have fun? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven went forward and smiled. Not bad. Yan Wu, that guy isn't dead yet. If you want to play, you can play as much as you want. Gu Fei said to Yan Wu. Yan Wu and Sacred Lord Void Sky had a huge grudge. The Flame World used to be a super world, second only to the Infinite World. If it wasn't for Sacred Lord Void Sky, the Flame World wouldn't have been destroyed. As the heaven intent of the Flame World, Yan Wu wanted to tear Sacred Lord Void Sky into 10,000 pieces. Since she had met Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation, she obviously wouldn't let it go so easily. You played with that guy until he's crippled, and now you're asking me to help? Yan Wu was speechless. Although he's crippled, he's not dead. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. If I attack again, he'll be dead. Yan Wu said in annoyance. Then you can heal his body first, and then torture him. Gu Fei said. That works. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven and Hong Zue froze when they heard this. Heal him and torture him again. Gu Fei's idea was extremely cruel to Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Only by torturing Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation would Gu Fei be able to vent his anger. One had to know that Gu Fei was screwed over by Sacred Lord Void Sky and almost died. Good idea. Yan Wu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly charged down from the sky towards the middle sky, Snow Mountain. This person was Snow Yao. She saw how badly Gu Fei tortured Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation, so she immediately ran away. Shui Yao knew that she wasn't a match for Gu Fei and the others. Therefore, when she saw that the situation wasn't good, she immediately fled. She didn't want to end up like the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian, who had been abused by these guys. You want to leave? In the next moment, countless Tao patterns immediately condensed in the void and turned into a giant net that soared from the bottom of the snowy mountain towards the Snow Demon net. What? The Snow Demon's shock was no small matter. Gu Fei was actually powerful to such an extent. Swoosh! Snow Yao waved her right hand, and a bright blade of light rushed out from her hand. She wanted to break this giant net. She didn't want to be trapped like a fish. However, the blade of light flashed and slashed at the net, but it was directly bounced off. Open! The Snow Demon attacked again. A ball of divine light rushed out from the top of her head. An extremely terrifying chill immediately spread out from the ball of divine light. The net of light that Gu Fei had condensed was immediately frozen, and then directly shattered. Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Gu Fei stared at the ball of divine light floating above Snow Yao's head. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was an infinite level connate Taoist treasure. It wasn't a secret that Snow Yao had the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Moreover, Gu Fei was very clear about the power of the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. As soon as the Ice Soul Divine Pearl appeared, it directly broke his light net. Even Yen Wu and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven were shocked when they saw this ball of divine light. Then, the two infinite primes stared greedily at the ball of divine light. An infinite level connate Taoist treasure was a peerless Taoist treasure that could only be found by chance. Chapter 5501. The Snow Demon was the strongest existence on the culmination Snow Mountain apart from Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Before Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation had awakened, she was the supreme ruler of the entire culmination Snow Mountain, or even the entire culmination. Although the Snow Demon's cultivation was not as high as Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not dare to underestimate the Snow Demon because the Snow Demon had an infinite grade Tao treasure to protect her. This infinite grade Tao treasure was the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. The Ice Soul Divine Pearl was not a refined Tao treasure. Instead, it was a Tao treasure that was born naturally and was of the highest grade. Tao treasures born naturally were called connate Tao treasures. The Ice Soul Divine Pearl in the Snow Demon's hand was a connate infinite grade Tao treasure. Because the Snow Demon had the Ice Soul Divine Pearl, even Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not dare to underestimate the Snow Demon. Otherwise, he would have chased the Snow Demon out of the culmination Snow Mountain. After all, there could not be two tigers in one mountain. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not want to provoke the Snow Demon either because the Ice Soul Divine Pearl in the Snow Demon's body was so powerful that even Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was afraid of it. Now that Gu Fei had made a move, the Snow Demon had no choice but to use the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. After the Snow Demon took out the Ice Soul Divine Pearl, it instantly broke through Gu Fei's huge net. A terrifying chill swept towards Gu Fei. The entire world seemed to be frozen and the void seemed to be solidified. This is getting interesting. Gu Fei smiled as he pointed out with his finger. The force of his finger directly broke through the cold air that swept over. The overwhelming cold air was directly split into two by the force of Gu Fei's finger, and it swept past his body with great momentum. Hong, Zue, Yen Wu, and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven were all affected by the chill. Buzz! The primal chaos seal floating above Hong Zui. Ui's head immediately vibrated and released a powerful chaotic power that enveloped Hong Zui, and blocked the mighty chill. Even so, Hong Zui still felt a bone-chilling cold assaulting her body. She felt as if the blood in her body was about to freeze. It was an unbearable feeling. Even Holy Master Chaotic Heaven and Yen Wu had no choice but to circulate their profound arts to resist the cold. The Snow Demon took advantage of this opportunity to fuse with the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. It turned into a ray of divine light and instantly rushed into the Snow Mountain, disappearing. Escaped? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. He had thought that the Snow Demon had taken out the Ice Soul Divine Pearl to fight him. Who would have thought that the Snow Demon would still choose to flee? At this moment, Yen Wu locked onto Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was smashed into the Snow Valley by Gu Fei. The first thing he did was to escape into the Snow Mountain. At this time, Gu Fei's side was strong and strong. He and the Snow Demon were not their opponents at all. If they wanted to fight against Gu Fei, they could only ask the Limitless Demon Master and the Limitless Sword Master to take action. If they gathered 4 infinite primes, they might be able to put up a fight against Gu Fei and the others. But now, they were not Gu Fei's opponents at all. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation knew that he was not Gu Fei's opponent. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to risk his life to fight Gu Fei. However, Yen Wu had already locked onto him. Even if he escaped from the culmination snow mountain, he would still be locked onto by Yen Wu. He couldn't escape at all. Whoosh! Yen Wu's figure disappeared into the void. At this time, only Gu Fei, Hong Zue, and Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven were left in the sky above the culmination snow mountain. At this time, Xiaoye and the others were in a dangerous situation. The force, supported by the limitless Demon Master, suddenly attacked them. With the support of the limitless Demon Master, East King re-established his force in the east of South Country. The Ghost Emperor surrendered to the limitless Demon Master. The Eastern Wilderness Demon race was originally bullied by Gu Fei, so they also took action. In an instant, Xiaoye and the others were attacked by these guys. Especially the Eastern Wilderness Demon race, they didn't really surrender to Gu Fei. After Gu Fei left the void sky, the Eastern Wilderness Demon race rebelled immediately. In recent years, the Eastern Wilderness Demon race received the support of the limitless Demon Master and directly attacked South Country. At this time, the Eastern Wilderness Demon race army, the Ghost Race army, and the East King army joined forces and attacked South Country, Imperial City. Everywhere they passed, they destroyed everything. The three armies successfully formed an encirclement around the southern barbaric Imperial City and had the bearing of razing the southern barbaric Imperial City to the ground. However, Xiaoye and the others were not to be trifled with. Near South Country, Imperial City, flags fluttered. Xiaoye and the others gathered an army of hundreds of thousands and blocked the three armies of the Ghost Emperor, East King, and the Eastern Wilderness Demon race. Both sides confronted each other. In Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou's camp, there were many experts. The Sorcerer race and them were also grasshoppers on the same rope. The Sorcerer race fully supported Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou. The West Sea Dragon race also moved to South Country. The West Sea Old Dragon Emperor was a veteran emperor. With him around, unless an existence of the Infinite Prime Realm took action. Otherwise, who could do anything to the West Sea Old Dragon in the Void Realm? Lin Xiaotian, I didn't expect that you would dare to show your face after hiding for thousands of years. It seems that you are tired of living. Huangfu Zun led an army to block East King's army. He and East King's grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, stood in front of the army. Thousands of years had passed, and East King's cultivation had broken through to the Emperor realm. Huangfu Zun, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation. Now we have 2 Emperor realm experts on our side, and you are alone. Do you think you can beat us? East King stood up, stared at Huangfu Zun opposite him, and sneered. Little guy, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? When I made my debut, your grandfather was still playing with mud. Huangfu Zun sneered. Old man, you are really tired of living. East King said angrily. When he was chased by Huangfu Zun, he was like a stray dog living in fear all day long. Now that he had finally made it, he wanted to settle the score with Huangfu Zun. I am tired of living. What can you do to me? Huangfu Zun said disdainfully. Kill. Lin Xiaotian attacked. Do you think I am afraid of you? Huangfu Zun's figure flashed, and he directly went up to meet him. The 2 Emperor Realm experts fought fiercely. On the other side, the East Sea Old Dragon blocked the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Race's army was blocked by the 4 great generals under Gu Fei. The 4 great generals were the ultimate force that Gu Fei left behind to protect Little Ye and the others. Of course, these 4 great generals were no match for the Limitless Demon Lord and the others. However, the Limitless Demon Lord had been worried about Sacred Master Su Tian's incarnation for the past thousands of years, so he didn't dare to attack the southern barbarians. But now it was different. If he didn't get rid of Little Ye and the others now, he wouldn't have another chance. The Limitless Demon Lord was determined to kill Gu Fei's disciples and grand-disciples. So what if Gu Fei came back? I will kill his disciples and grand-disciples first, Then I will kill him. Chapter 5502. After the limitless demon lord sensed Gu Fei's aura appearing in the void realm, he started this game. If it weren't for the incarnation of sacred Lord Su Tian, this game would have started long ago. When Gu Fei stepped on the teleportation formation platform in the ancestral land of the Tian tribe, the limitless demon lord promised in front of all the infinite realm experts that he would not attack Gu Fei's disciples and grand disciples. It was because of this promise that Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou could protect Nanman. For thousands of years, although they could only hide in Nanman, they were not in any danger. But now it was different. The limitless demon lord was determined to kill Xiaoye and the others. If it weren't for the limitless demon lord's order, who would dare to attack Xiaoye and the others? At this time, the three armies had formed an encirclement around the Nanman imperial city. The Eastern Army was led by Dong Wang and his grandson. At this time, Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian were fighting Huang Fuzun. This was a battle between Emperor Realm experts. Buzz! The void shook. Huang Fuzun separated his hands in front of him. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his hands and were directly imprinted in the void. Roar! These formation patterns immediately turned into a divine tiger, directly pouncing on Dongwang, transforming the power of the formation into a tiger. This was a kind of formation magical power that Huang Fuzun had created after receiving guidance from Gu Fei for thousands of years. What? Dongwang was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At this time, Huang Fuzun and Lin Xiaotian were fighting. Two figures moved quickly in the void, and the dull sound of collision sounded constantly. Violent power fluctuations spread in all directions, and the sky and earth changed color. On the ground, the army led by Dongwang and the army led by Huang Fuzun rushed towards each other under the leadership of their respective generals. Suddenly, battle cries shook the sky. The two sides rushed together in an instant. Suddenly, swords flashed and flesh and blood flew. In the void, a nauseating smell of blood permeated. War had always been cruel. A war between hundreds of thousands of people, or even millions of people, was even more tragic. A large number of soldiers on both sides would die. The limitless demon lord did not care about the life and death of these soldiers, because in the eyes of the limitless demon lord, all the weak beings were like ants. While Huang Fuzun was holding off the East King and the others, the North Ruins Ghost Emperor's northern army was also stopped. The person who had stopped the North Ruins Ghost Emperor was the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch. A mere ghost dares to call himself an emperor? What a joke! High up in the sky, the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch sneered at the North Ruins Ghost Emperor. Originally, the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins only dared to call himself a monarch. But in the last few hundred years, no one knew what had gotten into him. But he actually called himself an emperor, the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. Ha! You old loach! This is not a place for you to flaunt your seniority. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor laughed loudly. Is that so? My old bones haven't moved in a long time, so I'll play with you today. As the West Sea Dragon Emperor spoke, he stretched his muscles and bones. If you want to fight, let's fight. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor took a step forward and threw a punch at the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch. A violent fist energy exploded from the North Ruins Ghost Emperor's fist. It was a fist energy condensed from the terrifying power of death. When he punched, the surrounding flowers and trees immediately withered. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor cultivated the power of death. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch sneered and stretched out his right hand. It turned into a dragon claw and grabbed at the North Ruins Ghost Emperor's fist. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the two figures instantly separated. Again, the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch roared. He turned around and swung his tail at the North Ruins Ghost Emperor like a divine dragon, whipping his tail at the Ghost Emperor. Hee hee, it's been a long time since I've eaten a dragon. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor laughed sinisterly as his body blurred. In the next moment, a gigantic skull appeared in the air and bit at the dragon tail that was lashing at him. This guy, the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch, was shocked, but he didn't withdraw his tail. Crack! The enormous skull bit the dragon tail fiercely. In the next moment, a few of the skull's teeth broke. The dragon tail's strength was beyond imagination. Haha, this feels good. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch laughed loudly. This guy wanted to bite him? What a joke. The skull, that was the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins who had gnashed his teeth so hard that they were broken, had disappeared. And the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins appeared in the void. How is this possible? Could it be that your cultivation, the North Ruins Ghost Emperor said in shock. Isn't it a little late for you to find out now? The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch sneered. You, the North Ruins Ghost Emperor, was even more shocked. He actually turned around and ran. However, he couldn't escape at this time. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch stretched out his right hand and turned into a dragon claw again. This time he grabbed the North Ruins Ghost Emperor and exerted force. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the North Ruins Ghost Emperor was crushed by the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch's dragon claw. He turned into a bloody mist, his body and soul destroyed. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor's death was too unjust. He didn't know that the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch's cultivation had broken through. If he did, he would have admitted defeat and run as far as he could. When the North Ruins Ghost Emperor died, the North Ruins army he led was like a dragon without a leader. The North Ruins army collapsed immediately. The West Sea Dragon Army, under the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch's command, took the opportunity to charge forward and kill countless North Ruins army soldiers. The North Ruins army was directly defeated by the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch. The army was completely annihilated, and the three armies' encirclement around the southern barbarian royal capital was broken. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The other army in the east was blocked by Gu Fei's 4 generals. This was a fierce battle because the eastern wasteland's demonic beasts were also full of experts. The 4 generals and the demon race's Emperor Realm experts fought until the sky darkened and the moon and sun dimmed. For a time, it was difficult to determine the victor of the battle between the 4 generals and the demon race's Emperor Realm experts. At this time, endless devil energy suddenly appeared in the sky above the southern barbarian royal capital. The whole world suddenly darkened, and a terrifying aura of the devil path spread between the sky and the earth. A devilish figure appeared in the devil energy, and its blood-red eyes swept across the southern barbarian royal capital. What's going to come will come. Inside the southern barbarian royal capital, Lilia looked up at the devilish figure in the sky. Her mind was strangely calm. Thousands of years had passed, and she had grown into a slender and elegant girl. She wore a mask, so no one knew whether the goddess in their hearts was beautiful or ugly. Chapter 5503. What was meant to come had finally come. For thousands of years, Xiaoya, Long Xiao Zhou, and the others had lived like there was no tomorrow. They were constantly worried that the limitless demon lord would invade the southern barbarian continent and kill them all. In their eyes, the limitless demon lord was a madman. For thousands of years, although the limitless demon lord did not act personally, his subordinates had never stopped operating in the southern barbarian continent. Of course, these were all small skirmishes. They could not do anything to Xiaoya and the others, but the situation now was different. The limitless demon lord actually ordered his subordinates to invade the southern barbarian continent, and the East King had submitted to the limitless demon lord. The 3 armies under the limitless demon lord attacked the southern barbarian royal capital with irresistible force. Wherever they passed, blood flowed like a river, and they surrounded the southern barbarian royal capital. However, Xiaoya and the others were not to be trifled with. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch killed the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins, and the Ghost Race army, led by the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins, was completely annihilated. Only the East King and the Eastern barbarian demon race were still fighting against the experts under Xiao Ye's command. There were many experts in the Eastern barbarian demon race. Moreover, the Eastern barbarian phoenix race, which had been completely suppressed by Gu Fei for thousands of years, rose again. Back then, when Gu Fei destroyed the phoenix race, he did not kill all of them. He could not kill the old, weak, women and children of the phoenix race. Therefore, thousands of years later, another sovereign appeared in the phoenix race. This person's name was Feng Miefei. The name he gave was very obvious. He was determined to destroy Gu Fei. Of course, with his current cultivation, he would not be Gu Fei's opponent even if he cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to destroy Feng Miefei. However, this time, Feng Miefei was extremely brave among the experts of the Eastern barbarian demon race. He killed Xiao Ye's generals one after another, so Wu Jizhan had no choice but to take action. Wu Jizhan was the fourth of the 4 generals under Gu Fei. He was in the middle stage of the extreme grade, and he had the lowest cultivation among the 4 generals. Little guy, how dare you give yourself such a name? You're courting death. Wu Jizhan sneered. Humph, I'll kill you today, and then I'll kill Gu Fei later. Feng Miefei stared at Wu Jizhan and said coldly, Haha, you must be dreaming. Wu Jizhan burst into laughter. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know soon enough. Feng Miefei didn't want to waste any more words with Wu Jizhan. He took a step forward, and a pair of wings instantly appeared on his back. With a flap of the wings, countless golden feathers on the wings flew up and turned into extremely sharp golden sword lights. The golden sword gleam pierced through Wu Jizhan. Humph! Wu Jizhan sneered. In the next moment, his body trembled, and the void around him seemed to have suddenly distorted. A strange wave spread out in all directions. Then the countless golden sword lights that were piercing towards Wu Jizhan suddenly disappeared. However, in the next instant, the golden sword lights that had disappeared suddenly reappeared. However, when the golden sword lights appeared again, they were no longer piercing towards Wu Jizhan. Instead, they turned around and pierced towards Feng Miefei. How is this possible? Feng Miefei was shocked. This fella could actually reverse his attack and use his killer move to kill him? How preposterous! If that's the case, isn't this guy invincible? With Feng Miefei's cultivation and experience, he could tell how powerful this was. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Buzz! Feng Miefei flapped his wings, and the void shook. A circle of golden light spread out in all directions. The golden sword lights that were piercing towards him dissipated under the golden light. Eat my sword! Feng Miefei roared and clasped his hands above his head. Then he slashed at Wu Jizhan with all his might. Swoosh! A sword light that was several times sharper than the golden sword light from before rushed out from his hands. It soared for thousands of miles as though it was going to split the entire world in half. Sigh! Wu Jizhan shook his head helplessly and casually waved his right hand. The swift and fierce sword light that was slashing at him changed its direction and slashed to the side. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shook. This, Feng Miefei was really shocked. The mystique that Wu Jizhan executed was too heaven-defying. This mystique could actually shift and even reverse the opponent's attack. I told you you're dreaming. You can't even kill me, and you want to kill my master? Wu Jizhan mocked. Kill! Feng Miefei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Wu Jizhan. He attacked again and charged towards Wu Jizhan. A golden phoenix shadow appeared on his body. At the next moment, boom! A ball of golden divine fire exploded from the phoenix shadow on Feng Miefei's body. Instantly, it enveloped the void within a radius of 100 miles. The golden divine fire that exploded instantly engulfed Wu Jizhan. A power of this level can't do anything to me. Wu Jizhan's voice came from the golden sea of fire. What? When Feng Miefei heard this, he couldn't help but be in disbelief. This Wu Jizhan didn't even care about his true phoenix fire. Just as Feng Niefei was in shock, a divine light broke through the layers of golden divine fire and slashed out. This saber light was extremely domineering. The saber light was like a dragon and instantly slashed towards Feng Niefei. It was extremely fast. Feng Niefei could only dodge because he knew that he couldn't take this attack at all. Swish! Wherever the saber light passed, blood could be seen. Feng Niefei's figure was retreating rapidly. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge Wu Jizhan's attack. Wu Jizhan cultivated the saber Dao. His Heaven Breaker Demon Blade was a true extreme Dao treasure. Feng Niefei was injured. He was struck by Wu Jizhan's saber light, and the saber aura instantly invaded his body, extinguishing his vitality. A figure wielding a saber walked out from the endless golden divine fire. The terrifying divine fire that burned and distorted the void couldn't even get close to him. An extremely domineering saber Dao aura exploded from this figure. This person was Wu Jizhan. With a Heaven Breaker Demon Blade in his hand, he took a step forward and charged towards the retreating Feng Niefei. He wanted to finish this guy off. However, just as Wu Jizhan was about to catch up to Feng Niefei, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Another one who came to die? Chapter 5504. The 4 generals of Hongtian under Gu Fei were not to be trifled with. One should know that these 4 generals were the most powerful generals under Emperor Hongtian in the past. They had once followed Emperor Hongtian to conquer the world. The 4 generals of Hongtian could be said to be existences who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. They were extremely experienced in battle, and there were few who could match them in the same realm. As for Feng Niefei of the Eastern Wilderness Phoenix clan, he had only broken through to the Emperor realm less than 1,000 years ago. How could he be a match for Wu Jizhan? Feng Niefei was no match for Wu Jizhan just as he got serious. After being struck by Wu Jizhan's blade, the terrifying blade aura penetrated his body and destroyed his vitality. Feng Niefei spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated immediately. However, Wu Jizhan would not let him go. He chased after Feng Niefei. With one more slash, he would be able to kill the new emperor of the Phoenix clan. However, there was someone who did not want Wu Jizhan to kill Feng Niefei. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of Wu Jizhan and blocked his path. Another one who wants to die. Wu Jizhan slashed his blade towards the person. Buzz! The demonic sky-splitting blade in Wu Jizhan's hand let out a loud hum. A sharp blade light rushed out from the divine blade in his hand and instantly turned into the shadow of a dragon that pounced towards the person. The blade light turned into a dragon. Wu Jizhan's slash was extremely domineering and indomitable. The person was shocked. In the next moment, a huge turtle shell rushed out from the person's body and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. Clang! Wu Jizhan's slash landed heavily on the turtle shell. A powerful blade aura exploded and the huge turtle shell actually fell from the slash. The person also fell from the sky. So it's an old turtle. Wu Jizhan said disdainfully, "You bastard! How dare you look down on the Black Tortoise clan?" A few powerful figures rushed out from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan's army and roared at Wu Jizhan. "TSK, just a bunch of old turtles. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? You must be tired of living." After saying that, Wu Jizhan slashed out with his blade towards the few Black Tortoise race experts. The blade light was like a bolt of lightning as it streaked across the void. The experts from the Black Tortoise clan were scared out of their wits. None of them expected Wu Jizhan to be so domineering. He wanted to kill someone just because they didn't agree with him. Roar! Just as the Black Tortoise experts were about to be killed by Wu Jizhan, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Then, the shadow of a dragon charged out from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race's camp. The silhouette of the dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing Wu Jizhan's saber light in one gulp. When Wu Jijan saw this, he wasn't shocked. Instead, he was delighted. Finally, someone who he could fight to his heart's content had appeared. If these fellows were as weak as Feng Miefei, then it would be too boring. When the silhouette of the dragon dissipated, a middle-aged man in golden armor appeared before Wu Jijan. A powerful dragon energy spread out from the middle-aged man in golden armor. When Wu Jijan saw the middle-aged man in golden armor, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This middle-aged man in golden armor was just like him, a domineering person. I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Wu Jijan held the heaven-splitting demon saber in his hand horizontally as he stared at the middle-aged man and spoke coldly. At this moment, the few experts from the Black Tortoise race were shocked and overjoyed to have escaped from death. Dragon Supreme, we will never forget your kindness in saving our lives. If Dragon Supreme has any errands for us, we will be willing to risk our lives for you. The few experts from the Black Tortoise race hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man in golden armor. All of them were extremely respectful towards him. The middle-aged man in golden armor didn't even look at the few experts from the Black Tortoise race. The few experts from the Black Tortoise race didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction as they retreated immediately. You are the Dragon Supreme of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race? Wu Jijan's expression turned solemn. Based on what he knew, the Dragon Supreme of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race wasn't a person's name. Instead, it was a title within the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race. It was a supreme title within the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race. However, this title wasn't something that could be obtained easily. Dragon Supreme, the supreme being of the dragon race. This title represented the supreme status of the dragon race. He was the number one person in the dragon race and could stand on equal footing with the dragon race leader. Wu Jijan naturally didn't dare to be careless when facing such a powerful expert from the dragon race. You are not a match for me. The middle-aged man in golden armor looked at Wu Jijan indifferently as he spoke. What did you say? Wu Jijan was instantly enraged. They hadn't even fought, and this guy was already saying that he wasn't a match for him? This guy was too arrogant. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't want to die, scram. Dragon Supreme said impatiently. Wu Jijan was completely enraged. This guy actually dared to look down on him. He tightened his grip on the saber and was about to strike. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my prowess? Fourth brother, back off. At that moment, an imposing voice came from behind Wu Jijan. Big brother. Wu Jijan immediately stopped. The person who had spoken was Wu Jixian, the leader of the 4 great generals of Hongtian. He was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 4 great generals of Hongtian. I told you to back off. Seeing that Wu Jijan was still hesitating, Wu Jixian was a little displeased and his tone became stern. Yes, big brother. Wu Jijan glared fiercely at Longzuin, who was standing opposite him, before retreating unwillingly. You're not bad. Do you dare to fight me? Dragon Supreme asked calmly as he looked at a person who was walking out of the opposing camp. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Wu Jixian said as he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Dragon Supreme. Then he threw a punch at Dragon Supreme. It was a simple and direct punch. There wasn't even any fluctuation of vital energy coming from Wu Jixian's fist. It seemed as though Wu Jixian had casually thrown out a punch. However, Longzuin's pupils shrunk when he saw the punch. Wu Jixian's punch contained the power of an eternal great path. If an ordinary extreme grade martial artist were to be hit by this punch, his or her body and soul would be destroyed immediately. Over the past thousands of years, Wu Jixian had not been playing around. Dragon Supreme didn't dare to be careless. He also threw a punch. A huge golden dragon shadow surged out of his body. Unlike Wu Jixian's punch, Dragon Supreme's punch was extremely powerful, and the fluctuation of vital energy was earth-shattering. They were simply 2 extremes. Bam! With a dull sound, the two fists collided. Then, a violent wave of vital energy swept out in all directions with the two of them at the center. Everyone stared at the two figures in the sky nervously. The experts from both camps had no choice but to retreat far away, afraid that they would be affected by the shockwaves from the clash. One had to know that this was the power of an eternal grade martial artist, which represented the transcendent Emperor realm. At that moment, no one knew that a figure had silently appeared in the distant sky. These four fellows have improved a lot. Chapter 5505. After Gu Fei left the Void Realm, he entered the primal chaos, where the magical laws of time didn't exist. The Flame Star didn't have complete magical laws of time either. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been away from the Void Realm. When he returned to the Void Realm, he discovered that he had been away for thousands of years. To him, this wasn't a long time. However, to ordinary people, thousands of years was an extremely long period of time. The entire cultivation world in the Void Realm had changed. Within the Void Realm, peerless powers were invincible existences. The entire Void Realm was under the control of infinite powers, and they controlled the lives and deaths of billions of living beings in the Void Realm. To infinite powers, the lives and deaths of other living beings could be decided with a single thought. But now Gu Fei had returned. To all the infinite powers in the Void Realm, Gu Fei's return wasn't a good thing. After all, they had joined forces to force Gu Fei to step onto the teleportation formation. Moreover, they all knew that the path to the heavenly race's ancestral land was a dead end. They had forced Gu Fei to step onto that dead end, even though they knew that it was a dead end. One could imagine how much Gu Fei hated them. Now that Gu Fei had returned, Gu Fei would definitely settle the score with them. As soon as Gu Fei returned, he tortured Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Even the Snow Demon wasn't a match for him. It had no choice but to use the Ice Soul Divine Pearl to escape and hide in the culmination, Snow Mountain. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was chased around by Yen Wu. It was in an extremely sorry state and still hadn't escaped Yen Wu's pursuit. Yen Wu also hated Sacred Lord Void Sky to the core. She naturally wouldn't let Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone go so easily. She wanted to play with it. However, Gu Fei didn't have time to play with her. Gu Fei directly returned to the southern wilderness. After not seeing them for thousands of years, he wanted to see how much his disciples' cultivation had improved. As his disciples, their cultivation bases couldn't be too low. However, when Gu Fei just returned to the south, he saw a good show. He didn't expect that the situation of South China had reached such a point of life and death. If he hadn't returned in time, Xiaoye and the others would have been completely erased from this world by the limitless Demon Lord. He knew that the limitless Demon Lord wouldn't let his disciples and grand disciples off. Thousands of years ago, Gu Fei was very clear about what kind of person the limitless Demon Lord was. If it wasn't for the fact that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was still a threat to him, he would have attacked Xiaoye and the others long ago. Now he finally could not hold it in any longer. However, the limitless Demon Lord's luck was really bad. At this time, in the vicinity of the southern barbarian royal capital, the army of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan and the army of the four great generals of Hongtian were confronting each other, and the leaders of this army were fighting fiercely in the sky. Wu Jixian deserved to be the leader of the four great generals of Hongtian. His cultivation had reached the transcendent Emperor realm, which was the eternal realm. With such a cultivation, he was almost invincible in the Void Realm as long as no infinite Prime Realm experts took action. However, the revered dragon of the Eastern Wasteland Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with. The revered dragon of the Eastern Wasteland Dragon Clan was the supreme leader of the Dragon Clan, and he also had the cultivation of the Eternal Realm. This was definitely a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and both sides were evenly matched. The armies of each camp were retreating. If they were to be affected by this battle, they would all die. In the transcendent Emperor realm, if the limitless Demon Lord didn't come out, he would be invincible. Terrifying energy waves descended from the sky, and the trees within a radius of dozens of miles were all swept into the air and then directly torn into pieces. Even huge rocks weighing tens of thousands of kilograms were swept away and turned into dust. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. At this time, the figures of Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, and the others appeared in the sky above the southern barbarian royal capital. The entire southern barbarian royal capital was enveloped by a super grand array. This grand array was not simple. It was an infinite grade grand array, and it was set up by Gu Fei before he left. It was precisely because of the existence of this grand array that as long as the limitless demon lord did not take action, Xiaoya and the others would not be in any danger. Of course, this grand array could not stop an infinite prime realm expert like the limitless demon lord. Xiaoya and the others were all in the protective grand array. At their height, they could see the overall situation. Senior sister, who do you think will win? Long Xiaozhou, who was beside Xiaoya, said. At this time, Xiaoya's cultivation was at the half-step extreme grade, while Long Xiaozhou was already at the peak of extreme grade. Both of them had received the true teachings of Gu Fei, and in these thousands of years, their cultivation had increased greatly. Especially Long Xiaozhou, who could cultivate to the peak of extreme grade in thousands of years. She was definitely a heaven-defying fellow. Since ancient times in the Void Realm, there were only a few people who could compare to her. The Shaman Emperor had not appeared in these thousands of years. She was in seclusion, and no one knew how far her cultivation had gone. There was also her pet, the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. This fellow was already in existence at the transcendent Emperor realm thousands of years ago, and it must be even more powerful now. In these thousands of years, no one was idle, especially Xiaoya and the others. I'm just a half-step extreme grade. How can I see anything? Xiaoya said angrily. She was only a half-step into the extreme Tao realm, while the two experts who were fighting were both in the eternal realm. The gap between her and the two experts was too big. In fact, even Long Xiaozhou could not see who would have the last laugh in this battle, Wu Jixian or Longzuan. At this time, all the experts under Xiao Ya's command had been sent out. At this time, West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had returned. West Sea Old Dragon Emperor was a half-step eternal realm existence. He watched the battle nervously, not even letting go of a single movement of the two experts. At this time, there was another muffled sound, and the two experts fighting in the sky suddenly separated. The mighty fluctuation of essence qi shook the surrounding void, and transparent ripples spread in all directions. It was difficult to determine the winner of this battle between Wu Jixian and Longzuan. In another direction, East King and Lin Xiaotian joined forces to fight Huang Fuzun. This was also an evenly matched battle. It was not an easy task to determine the winner. The entire area where the South Man royal capital was located seemed to have fallen into darkness. Above the sky, Devil Chi billowed, and the blood-red devil eyes swept down towards the South Man royal capital. Demon! It was the first time that Xiaoya and the others saw such a battle, and they could not help but be stunned by the scene in front of them. Is this guy the limitless demon lord? Long Xiaozhou said in shock. If the limitless demon lord took action, they would definitely die. Xiaoya and the others did not know that Gu Fei had returned to the South Man royal capital, and Gu Fei was now hiding and watching the show. He did not intend to see Xiaoya and the others immediately. Chapter 5506. Void Realm, South Man royal capital. Countless armies were scattered around the South Man royal capital. Two camps were confronting each other. Obviously, Xiaoya's camp was at a disadvantage because the Eastern Wilderness demon race and the East King's army were still surrounding the South Man royal capital. Moreover, the Eastern Wilderness demon race was full of experts. At this time, all the experts of the Eastern Wilderness demon race had gathered outside the South Man royal capital. At this time, Longzuan of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon Clan and Wu Jixian, the eldest of the four great generals under Gu Fei, were fighting. Powerful eternal yuan, qi, kept erupting from their bodies. The whole world was shaking and transparent ripples spread out in the void from time to time. This was a crucial battle for both camps. It was enough to determine the fate of Southman, because once Longzuin defeated Wu Jixian, the army of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race could march straight to the Southman royal capital. Of course, Wu Jixian was not to be trifled with. As the eldest of the 4 great generals of Hongtian, Wu Jixian's cultivation was extremely powerful. It would not be easy for Longzuin to defeat him. 2 figures moved quickly in the void and fought fiercely. Dull, thunder-like sounds of collision kept ringing. The armies of both camps kept retreating to the distance. If they were affected by the battle between these 2 people, they would suffer great losses. Boss will definitely not lose. Wu Jixian, the 4th of the 4 great generals of Hongtian, said. He was very confident in Wu Jixian. After all, they had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What had they not seen? Boss will definitely win. Wu Jixian roared. Great Sky Divine Fist. Wu Jixian bellowed and unleashed his trump card. A violent fist energy immediately erupted from his fist. It was unstoppable. This was a fist technique created by the great emperor of Hongtian. When Wu Jixian punched out, the entire space in front of his fist trembled. Even Longzuin couldn't help but be startled by this unstoppable fist aura. Dragon Claw. Longzuin stretched out his right hand. His right hand instantly transformed into a dragon's claw and grabbed towards Wu Jixian's fist. This was the real dragon's claw. The Eastern Wastelands dragon race's physique was many times stronger than the human race's. If the revered dragon's dragon claws landed on it, even an immortal divine metal would be scratched through. However, the fist and the claw instantly collided, and a dull sound of impact erupted. Longzuin's dragon claw hand was actually unable to injure Wu Jixian in the slightest. Instead, he was knocked back several zhang by Wu Jixian's fist energy, and his entire arm felt numb. How is this possible? The revered dragon couldn't help but be moved. This human's Dao physique was actually comparable to his Dao physique. The dragon race's physique was much stronger than the human race's. Even if Longzuin and Wu Jixian were both in the eternal realm, Longzuin still believed that he could suppress this human with his powerful physique as a member of the dragon clan. But now Longzuin realized that he seemed to have miscalculated. Wu Jixian's great heaven divine fist had actually knocked Longzuin back. Seeing that Longzuin was knocked back, the Eastern Wastelands demon clan's camp instantly panicked. Longzuin was the strongest expert in their camp, and if he was defeated by his opponent, the Eastern Wastelands demon clan would be finished. Of course, the Eastern Wastelands demon clan still had another powerful fellow, and that was the ancestor of all demons. However, the ancestor of all demons would no longer care about the Eastern Wastelands demon clan's affairs. That was because a few thousand years ago, the ancestor of all demons of the Eastern Wastelands demon clan had been tortured by Gu Fei to the point that he hid in his cultivation place and didn't even dare to show his face. At this moment, no one knew that Gu Fei was watching the battle between Wu Jixian and Longzuin from the sky. The Eastern Wastelands demon clan is really courting death. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He realized that the Eastern Wastelands demon clan had sent quite a number of great demons. Fire Shine clan's Fire Shine ancestor, Vermilion Bird clan's Vermilion Bird emperor. There was also Black Tortoise clan's Black Tortoise Long Gu Fei was a little surprised that the Phoenix clan still had an Emperor Realm cultivator. This was because he had almost destroyed the entire Phoenix clan several thousand years ago. Of course, he didn't kill them all. Could it be that a genius of the Phoenix clan had reached the Emperor Realm in just a few thousand years? To reach the Emperor Realm in just a few thousand years, this little guy from the Phoenix clan was really heaven-defying. Incredible. One should know that in the Void Realm, there were almost no existences that could reach the Emperor Realm in just a few thousand years. Normally, the Void Realm would only give birth to one Emperor Realm expert every tens of thousands of years. This was because it was not easy to break through to the Emperor Realm. Gu Fei felt that he had underestimated the Phoenix Clan. The fact that the Phoenix Clan was able to survive for so many years meant that they had a very strong foundation. Roar! At this moment, Long Xuan, who was being beaten back by Wu Jixian, let out a furious roar and revealed his true form. A giant dragon appeared between the heavens and the earth. The giant purple-gold body of the dragon was like a mountain as it spiraled in the sky. An extremely powerful draconic aura spread out, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to dim. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Countless people in the southern barbarian imperial city heard this terrifying dragon roar. Everyone in the city was terrified to the extreme. The news of 3 armies surrounding the southern barbarian imperial city had already spread throughout the city. However, the Western Sea Old Dragon Emperor had already defeated the army of the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. When the news reached the southern barbarian imperial city, the entire southern barbarian imperial city was in an uproar. However, the danger of the southern barbarian imperial city had not been resolved because of this. The southern barbarian imperial city was still in danger of being breached. At this moment, Long Xuan, who had revealed his true form, directly grabbed at Wu Jixian. His giant dragon claw was like a small mountain as it instantly enveloped Wu Jixian under it. Wu Jixian let out a furious roar and punched out again. The extremely violent fist force blasted on the huge dragon claw, and it actually blocked the dragon claw that was coming down. Impossible! Long Xuan was in disbelief. A puny human was actually able to block his dragon claw. He was very clear about how strong his physique was after revealing his true form. He had almost never lost in a battle of the same level. Back when Gu Fei attacked the Eastern Barbarian, Long Xuan was in seclusion. When Long Xuan came out, Gu Fei had already been forced to go to the limitless realm by the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian and the others. He thought that apart from those limitless realm existences, he was invincible in the Void Realm. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful human in a desolate land like the Southern Barbarian? My master once said that nothing is impossible in this world. Wu Jixian said indifferently. At this moment, the aura on his body suddenly soared by a large margin. An even stronger wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body. It's the secret technique of ascension. Chapter 5507. This time, the limitless demon lord was determined to destroy the orthodoxy that Gu Fei had left in southern man. The 3 armies were just the vanguard. At this time, the mighty army of demons had already set off from the Middle Devil region. Buzz! In the sky above southern man, the void trembled. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. This black hole covered the entire sky. A terrifying demonic aura surged out from the black hole, causing all living beings to tremble. Then, endless demonic aura rushed out from the black hole and swept out in all directions. The entire sky suddenly darkened as if night had suddenly descended. That limitless demon lord finally couldn't take it anymore. Gu Fei, who had been watching the show from afar, had a calm expression when he saw this scene. This guy was really courting death. I haven't even settled the score with him, but he actually dared to come and destroy my orthodoxy. Gu Fei didn't make a move to stop him. At this time, the heavens and earth trembled. Countless demonic shadows rushed out from the huge hole in the sky. The limitless demon lord's limitless demon army had arrived. Kill them all for me. An incomparably majestic voice rang out in the sky, spreading to the heavens and the earth. That voice contained a demonic nature, and those with weak cultivations immediately couldn't bear it. Some people even had their heart devil stirred, and actually showed signs of demonization. Oh no! In the sky above southern man's capital, Xiaoya looked in the direction of the voice. she saw a demonic shadow that was so powerful that it made her soul tremble. Limitless Demon Lord. Xiao Ye's face was filled with despair. This day had finally arrived. The Limitless Demon Lord had finally made his move. In fact, Xiao Ye and the others were very clear that once the Limitless Demon Lord personally made his move, they would be finished. Because the Limitless Demon Lord represented invincibility in the Void Realm. After their master, Gu Fei, left the Void Realm, they lost their backer. The Limitless Demon Lord didn't dare to touch them because he didn't want to anger the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian. One had to know that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was the strongest infinite prime in the Void World. But now that Gu Fei had returned, the Limitless Demon Lord had no scruples. He wanted to destroy the southern barbarians first, and then settle the score with Gu Fei. In these thousands of years he had not been idle. His cultivation had already reached the limitless realm. The Limitless Demon Lord knew that even if he went up against Sacred Master Su Tian's incarnation, he would be able to beat the crap out of this fella. At this time, the Limitless Demon Lord did not fear anyone. If he refined the limitless fire spirit in the Limitless Demon Tower, his cultivation might be able to break through to the peak of the limitless power realm. At that time, even if Sacred Master Void Sky's true body came to the Void World, he would not be afraid. The Limitless Demon Master did not know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Gu Fei was currently hiding high up in the sky, watching this scene coldly. At this time, the sky above the southern Man Imperial City was densely packed with demonic shadows, and an incomparably powerful demonic aura filled every inch of the void. Even with the barrier of the city defense Grand Array, the people in the southern Man Imperial City still felt incomparably oppressed. The people outside the city were in a state of extreme fear. The demonic chi that descended from the sky directly enveloped everyone, and even East King's army was affected. East King and his grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, were working together to fight Huangfu Zun. When the demonic chi descended from the sky, they immediately stopped fighting and retreated. Huangfu Zun waved his hand and directly took the human clan army that he led into his inner world, avoiding the erosion of the demonic chi. East King and Lin Xiaotian also hurriedly took away their own army. The army under their command was very important to them, because no matter how strong they were, there were only two of them, and it was impossible for two people to control such a large territory. If they wanted to become an overlord, they absolutely could not do without the help of an army. East King and Lin Xiaotian saw that the situation was not good, so they directly fled. They wanted to preserve their strength. Gu Fei naturally saw East King and Lin Xiaotian sneaking away, but he did not bother to take action because these two guys were just ants in his eyes. Where are you going? However, Huangfu Zun did not intend to let East King and Lin Xiaotian go, so he directly chased after them. At this time, countless creatures in the vicinity of the South Man royal capital were demonized, and they directly turned into ferocious and terrifying monsters. Then, they crazily rushed towards the South Man royal capital. Wu Jixian, who was using the secret technique of ascension to get rid of Longzuin, also had to stop. Hong Tian's 4 great generals directly took away the Hong Tian divine army under their command. They directly retreated into the distance. The Limitless Demon Lord was not someone they could deal with. However, the Limitless Demon Lord did not care about them at all. His goal was the South Man royal capital, and he wanted to directly erase the entire South Man royal capital from this world. He wanted to destroy Gu Fei's orthodoxy in the Void Realm. The Limitless Demon Lord had endured for thousands of years, waiting for this day. His cultivation had greatly improved, and he was confident that he could abuse Gu Fei. However, he never dreamed that Gu Fei's cultivation had also broken through to the limitless realm. If he wanted to abuse Gu Fei, he had better think about it. At this time, countless demonized creatures crazily rushed towards the South Man royal capital. However, these monsters were blocked by a layer of divine light formed by the South Man Royal Capital's city defense formation. Dull crashing sounds could be heard continuously, and countless monsters were repelled by the power of the city defense formation. All of them were squeezed outside, unable to break into the South Man Royal Capital, an infinite level formation. High in the sky, the incomparably powerful demonic shadow stared down and said coldly. The blood-colored demonic light flickered in his eyes. "Oh no, what should we do now?" Long Xiaozhou, who was next to Xiaoya, was also frightened by the scene. With the limitless demon lord personally taking action, they might really not be able to escape this time. "Should we look for third junior sister?" Long Xiaozhou said anxiously. The third junior sister she mentioned was the ancestor of the Sky Clan, Yu Xian. Back then, Gu Fei accepted Yu Xian as his disciple. What's the use of looking for her? Although Yu Xian was a half-step infinite realm existence, it was not enough to fight against the limitless demon lord. If Yu Xian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master and became the limitless sword master, they could still fight against the limitless demon lord. However, the limitless sword master would not help them. One must know that the limitless sword master was one of the people who forced Gu Fei to step on the path of death. Because once Yu Xian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master, she would become a completely new existence. She would no longer be Yu Xian. Long Xiaozhou did not speak. It was really useless to look for Yu Xian. Do you think that by hiding in the formation left behind by Gu Fei, you will be safe and sound? The majestic voice in the sky sounded again. Limitless demon lord, if you have the guts, go and find my master. You are too shameless to bully us juniors. Xiaoya shouted at the demonic shadow in the sky. You dare to say that this sovereign is shameless? The limitless demon lord was instantly enraged. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and pressed down on the South Man Royal Capital. Rumble! A huge demonic palm appeared in the sky above the South Man Royal Capital and slammed down towards the South Man Royal Capital. Under the envelopment of the demonic palm, the void trembled and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The entire void seemed like it was about to collapse. The South Man Royal Capital's city protection great formation shook violently. When Gu Fei saw this scene in the distant sky, an incomparably sharp, cold light immediately rushed out of his eyes. No wonder this guy dared to destroy his orthodoxy. It turned out that this guy's cultivation had broken through to the limitless realm. Chapter 5508. In the sky above the Southern Man Royal Capital, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a dark night, becoming incomparably dim. In the dusky world, there were flashes of blood-red light from time to time. That was the blood-red, demonic light emitted by the eyes of countless monsters. At this time, the entire southern barbarian capital was surrounded by countless demonic creatures. Terrifying roars and howls filled the air. Countless creatures in the city were terrified to the extreme. Everyone knew that if the demonic creatures outside broke through the great city barrier array and broke into the imperial capital, everyone would die. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were also in despair. Unless their master suddenly appeared, no one in the void realm could save them. At this moment, the shaman tribe could only live and die together with Xiaoya and the others. However, when their tribe was about to be exterminated, the shaman emperor still did not appear. Some of the southern barbarian vassal kings directly betrayed Xiaoya and joined the East King, but some were extremely loyal and were willing to live and die with Xiaoya and the others. Only in the face of danger would one be able to see everyone's true colors. Some chose to betray in order to survive, while others faced death with equanimity and swore to fight those demons to the end. Of course, everyone wanted to live, and no one wanted to die. At this time, Huang Fuzun and the 4 great generals of Hongtian were outside the capital of Nanman. Now, almost all the experts of Nanman had gathered in the capital. The West Sea Dragon King was also outside the city. The most powerful existence in Nanman was not in the city, but this gave some people an opportunity. Saber King Luo Lai, one of the earliest followers of Gu Fei, had now rebelled. He secretly colluded with the 3 great feudal lords of South China and Wu Fong of the Sorcerer tribe. They directly led people to attack the Formation Eye of the Great City Defense Formation. As long as the Formation Eye in the city was destroyed, the entire southern Man royal capital city protecting Grand Array would become ineffective. At that time, the countless demonic creatures outside the city would be able to directly kill their way into the southern Man royal capital. Blade King Luo Lai had also broken through to half-step emperor realm in the past few thousand years. The 3 great vassal kings were even stronger. Among them, Heaven Binding King was an emperor realm cultivator. The Myriad Elephant King and the North Subduing King were both half-step emperor realm experts. Wu Fong was also a half-step emperor realm expert. These bastards dare to betray us? Xiao Ya and Long Xiaozhou, who got the news, were furious. They usually did not mistreat these fellows, but these fellows suddenly made things difficult for them at this time. This made them furious. Senior sister, I'll go deal with them. Long Xiaozhou was an emperor realm expert. She directly rushed down from the sky above the southern barbarian capital. Without any suspense, Long Xiaozhou went up against the Heaven Battering King. No, he should be called the Heaven Battering Sovereign now. The 2 emperor realm cultivators were locked in a fierce battle not far from the eye of the formation. Powerful waves of origin energy rippled out in all directions and shook the air. As for the others, they all rushed towards the eye of the formation. As long as they destroyed the eye of the formation, the demonic creatures outside would be able to rush into the city. However, the core of the formation wasn't a place that just anyone could get close to. Those who rushed towards the core of the formation were stopped by an invisible force when they were about 3 meters away from it. Rumble, at the same time, the demonic palm that descended from the sky also blasted the layer of light formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Formation. That layer of light suddenly shook violently, and countless tiny cracks appeared on it, as if it was about to shatter. Seeing this scene, Xiaoya was extremely frightened. Meanwhile, Long Xiaozhou was fighting with the Heaven Battering Sovereign. Luo Lai and the others were desperately attacking the protective formation of the Great City Barrier Formation, trying to break it and destroy it. How dare you rebel? You're simply a bunch of ingrates. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Long Xiaozhou attacked angrily. She waved her hands and powerful dragon energy condensed into dragon claws that grabbed at the Heaven Battering Sovereign. Wherever the dragon claws passed, the void rippled as if it was about to be torn apart. The Heaven Battering Sovereign was forced to retreat continuously. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation had increased too quickly in the past few thousand years. She had obtained the true teachings of Gu Fei, so her cultivation had soared and was about to catch up to her grandfather. With Long Xiaozhou's cultivation, it wasn't difficult for her to kill the Heaven Battering Sovereign. However, the Heaven Battering Sovereign was holding a powerful Dao tool. It was definitely an eternal grade Dao tool. Almost all of Long Xiaozhou's attacks were blocked by the demonic light that erupted from the Dao tool. You actually sided with the limitless demon. Long Xiaozhou was even more furious. These guys actually sided with the limitless demon in order to survive. They were too despicable. Demons were the enemies of all living beings in the Void Realm. Over the past few thousand years, because of the existence of the limitless demon lord, almost half of Zhongtian had become a purgatory. In Zhongtian, demonic creatures ran rampant, and demonic cultivators devoured the vitality of other living beings at will. Moreover, demonic cultivators also appeared in other areas of the Void Realm. With the powerful backing of the limitless demon lord, these demonic cultivators were all unscrupulous, causing chaos in the entire Void Realm. This caused countless living beings in the Void Realm to be in deep trouble, and complaints could be heard everywhere. What made countless living beings despair the most was that the supreme existences of the limitless realm did not care about their lives at all, allowing the demonic cultivators to wreak havoc in the world. As a result, countless living beings fled into the southern wilderness in order to avoid the destruction of the demons. In the eyes of the living beings in the Void Realm, the southern wilderness was the last pure land of the Void Realm. However, today the demons invaded the southern wilderness on a large scale, wanting to turn the southern wilderness into purgatory. This caused countless living beings in the southern wilderness to fall into despair. At this time, even the witch race had a serious internal split. The Witch King, Wu Fong, directly sided with the demons, and the Saber King, Luo Lai, who had always followed Gu Fei, also rebelled. At this time, countless living beings in the city looked at the huge demonic palm descending from the sky, and all of them were in despair. Boom! With a loud sound, the demonic palm that descended from the sky directly slapped the light shield formed by the power of the Southern Wilderness Imperial Capital's city defense formation. In the next moment, the entire light shield shook violently. Countless formation patterns appeared in the void, interweaving into mysterious and unfathomable formation diagrams. These formation diagrams were operating crazily, releasing the powerful power of an infinite grade formation. The spirit energy of heaven and earth in the entire world was attracted by the formation diagrams, and it madly gathered towards the city defense formation. However, this infinite grade formation only caused the demonic palm to pause for a moment, and cracks appeared on the formation diagrams one after another. It was about to collapse. Xiaoya, who was standing in the air above the southern wilderness imperial capital, closed her eyes in despair. However, just when Xiaoya thought that she was about to die, a cry came from the sky. She opened her eyes and saw a figure appear high up in the sky. The terrifying demonic palm actually disappeared. The terrifying demonic might had also weakened by more than half. The city defense formation that was about to collapse also stabilized. The figure in the sky seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth. The entire world suddenly became quiet, and countless people looked up at the figure. That is, Chapter 5509. Gu Fei finally made a move because he had no choice but to make a move. He couldn't just watch the limitless demon lord destroy the southern barbarian royal city. The limitless demon lord was an unparalleled great demon in the great perfection realm. If he attacked with his palm, the limitless level great array wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Once the great array of the southern barbarian royal city was destroyed by the limitless demon lord's palm, the southern barbarian royal city within the great array would instantly explode, and any living beings in the city would be directly killed. As for Gu Fei's disciples and grand disciples, they naturally died as well. Gu Fei dispersed the demonic palm that was descending from the sky. Then he appeared in front of the limitless demon master and looked at him calmly. Compared to Gu Fei's calmness, the limitless demon lord was excited. His cultivation had just broken through to the great perfection realm, and he was looking for someone to practice with. It just so happened that this Gu Fei returned to the void realm at this time. It seemed that Gu Fei's luck wasn't very good. Bullying the weak, you're still as shameless as ever. Gu Fei looked at the limitless demon lord indifferently and said, "What did you say?" The limitless demon lord was furious when he heard this. "I'm a little surprised that you didn't die, but you shouldn't have come back." The limitless demon lord stared coldly at Gu Fei and said, a cold, murderous aura spread from his body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the murderous aura. At this time, countless demons were still constantly rushing towards the great array of the southern barbarian royal city. Even if they were to break their heads and bleed, these demons wouldn't stop. The army of demons brought by the limitless demon lord rushed to the ground and directly set up a battle formation outside the southern barbarian royal city. preparing to attack the southern barbarian royal city. Gu Fei naturally didn't care about the army of demons of the limitless demon lord. He only had one goal, and that was the limitless demon lord. This guy's cultivation realm was the same as his, so he should be a good opponent. After his cultivation broke through to the boundless realm, he also needed to find someone to practice with. Limitless Demon Master would never have thought that he would become Gu Fei's whetstone. I shouldn't have come back? Gu Fei said with a faint smile. That's right. Since you're still alive, you should find a place to hide. It's your misfortune to return here because you'll die by my hands. The limitless demon lord was very confident, and this confidence originated from his own strength. Haha, that's funny. Why aren't you the one who died in my hands? Gu Fei laughed. Kill. The limitless demon lord didn't want to waste any more words with Gu Fei. He directly blasted out a palm towards Gu Fei. The violent palm force blasted towards Gu Fei, causing the entire void to tremble. An expert at the boundless realm could shake the heavens and earth. The battle prowess they displayed was terrifying to the extreme. Before an existence at the boundless realm, all living beings were like ants. They could be killed by an existence at the boundless realm with no effort at all. Afraid that you have teeth to bite me? Gu Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at the incoming demonic palm. This time he really had to settle old and new grudges together. This limitless demon lord was someone who deserved a beating. If he didn't beat this guy up, how would he be able to vent the anger in his chest? Gu Fei had always been brooding over the fact that he was forced to step onto the path of death by these guys in the past. After all, he had never felt so aggrieved before. He was forced to step onto the path of death. Only Gu Fei himself knew how he felt back then. Now that he was back, he would naturally repay kindness with kindness and enmity with revenge. He had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and enmity. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist and the palm collided. The two figures instantly separated, and a violent energy storm spread out. The protective array of the southern man's royal capital was affected and shook violently. Xiao Ye and the others in the city were extremely terrified. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the sky, glanced in the direction of the southern man's royal capital. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and a large seal immediately flew out from his hand. It quickly grew bigger and then floated above the southern man's royal capital. Streams of chaotic qi fell from the large seal, enveloping the entire southern man's royal capital and the protective array. Countless living beings in the city only felt their bodies lighten. The terrifying demonic might that came from outside the city actually weakened, making them feel less uncomfortable. Limitless Tao artifact. As soon as the limitless demon lord saw the large seal floating above the southern man's royal capital, his eyes immediately lit up. It was not easy to refine a limitless Tao artifact. First, he had to find suitable materials. Not all materials were suitable for refining a limitless Tao artifact. Next, this person had to be proficient in the Tao of blacksmithing. It seemed that Gu Fei had not only found suitable materials for blacksmithing, but he himself was also proficient in blacksmithing. The limitless demon lord was extremely depressed. Why was this guy's luck so good? Continue. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. What? The limitless demon lord was taken aback. This was because Gu Fei had suddenly disappeared under his detection. He actually could not sense any aura from Gu Fei. This guy seemed to have disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? The limitless demon lord could not help but be shocked. The other party's cultivation did not seem to be weaker than his. Bam! Just as the limitless demon lord was shocked, a fist appeared and slammed into his face. In the next moment, blood flowed from his nose and tears flowed down his face. You bastard, hitting my face? The limitless demon lord was furious, hitting someone but not the face. This guy was too despicable. Bam! Before the limitless demon lord finished speaking, he suffered another punch to his face. Roar! You can go and die for me. The limitless demon lord was enraged. Countless demonic lights shot out from his body, turning into terrifying demonic spears that pierced out in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. No matter where Gu Fei was hiding, as long as he was near the limitless demon lord, he would not be able to avoid these demonic spears. However, what caused the limitless demon lord to be in disbelief was that the demonic spears formed by his demonic light didn't hit anything. All of them missed. This, the limitless demon lord could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Left fist, right fist. Every single punch landed on the limitless demon lord's face, causing the limitless demon lord to doubt his life. Does this feel good? Does it hurt? This daddy here wants to slap your face. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the void. Right now he felt really good. So this was the feeling of revenge. As for the limitless demon lord, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. You are too despicable to use such sneaky tricks. The limitless demon lord roared. At this moment, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head. A few of his teeth were knocked out and his words were leaking. As you wish. Chapter 5510. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao was truly a heaven-defying mystique. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, the power of this immortal path divine ability was even more heaven-defying. At this time, he used reverse void mystic art to appear and disappear mysteriously, beating up limitless demon lord until he looked like a pig's head. Moreover, Gu Fei's fist was imbued with the power of his limitless Tao. Therefore, the wounds on the limitless demon lord's face would not heal quickly. This infuriated the limitless demon lord. Gu Fei was too much of a bully. Since you want to fight me fair and square, I shall grant your wish. Gu Fei suddenly appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. Go to hell. The limitless demon lord was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The moment he saw Gu Fei appear, he threw a punch at Gu Fei without a second thought. At his cultivation level, any punch he threw would contain the power of his demonic path. Its might was not to be underestimated. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His right hand reached out and grabbed the limitless demon lord's fist. Then he exerted strength, swung the limitless demon lord around, and threw him into space. The limitless demon lord was thrown into the endless space by Gu Fei. Along the way, he smashed through many stars. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly entered the starry sky. With another step, he had already caught up to the limitless devil lord. At this time, the limitless demon lord crashed into a huge star, causing countless cracks to form on the star. It looked like it could crumble at any time. Sigh, no matter what method you use, you're no match for me. Gu Fei appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. He was just showing off a little. You! The limitless demon lord was furious. His body shook, and the next moment, the star behind him exploded. At the same time, he pounced at Gu Fei. The furious, limitless demon master attacked Gu Fei like a madman. Countless devilish lights shot out from the limitless demon lord's body, coiling towards Gu Fei. Each beam of devilish light tore through the void. As long as he was coiled by these devilish lights, Gu Fei's body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Are you an idiot? Gu Fei was helpless. In the next moment, a wave of energy spread out from his body. After that, the devilish lights that were entangling him actually disappeared. That's right, they completely disappeared. They disappeared in an instant. This was one of the 9 mysteries of the immortal Tao, the return to truth's secret art. Any power that approached Gu Fei would be transformed into the most primordial spiritual energy of the world, which would then be absorbed by Gu Fei. The returning to truth's secret technique was so awesome. Therefore, Gu Fei would become stronger and stronger as he fought, while the limitless demon lord would only become weaker and weaker. This was the difference between Gu Fei and the limitless demon master. Although the limitless demon lord was enraged, he wasn't truly crazy. When he saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Fei actually cultivated such a mystic art. Wasn't he invincible? How was he going to take revenge on this fella? At this moment, the limitless demon lord finally knew that he couldn't win against Gu Fei. After knowing that he couldn't win against Gu Fei, this fellow was very decisive. He directly turned and fled into the depths of space. Don't you think it's a little too late to think of fleeing now? Gu Fei smiled as he stretched out his right hand and snapped. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. In the next moment, the entire space lit up. Countless stars seemed to have suddenly ignited, exploding with powerful astral energy. An incomparably majestic starry sky array appeared. Array? The limitless demon lord was shocked. He didn't expect that Gu Fei would actually be proficient in arrays. Moreover, this fella's array cultivation wasn't low either. Gu Fei's array cultivation naturally wasn't low. His array cultivation had long surpassed that of He Tian. And Gu Fei didn't just casually throw the limitless demon lord into space, because he had already prepared a greeting gift for the limitless demon lord. And this greeting gift was this star array. At this moment, the limitless demon lord was already trapped in the star array. How is this array? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Outside the star array, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. You plotted against me? The limitless demon lord raged. Haha, what a joke. Do you think I need to plot against you? I only did it because I thought it was fun. Gu Fei laughed. What? Fun? The limitless demon lord was speechless. This fellow was too much. To Gu Fei, this might be a game. However, to the limitless demon lord, this was a disaster. This was really depressing. The limitless demon lord didn't realize that he often played such games. But now his role in the game had changed. You can have fun in there. If you can break out of the array, I'll spare your life. Gu Fei's voice was transmitted into the array. Then the entire array was activated and the entire starry sky was isolated. Humph! You want to trap me with just an array? Gu Fei, you're underestimating me. The limitless demon lord roared furiously at the sky, and violent demonic power burst forth from his body. The entire formation was immediately impacted and shook violently. The countless stars in the array looked like they were about to fall from the starry sky. This fella is quite capable. Outside the array, Gu Fei sensed the movement in the array. He pondered for a while, then waved his right hand towards the southern barbarian land. A chaotic divine light shot up from the ground, streaked across the endless void and landed on his hand. It was a huge seal, the limitless chaos seal. This was refined by Gu Fei from an entire chaos divine metal mountain in the chaotic void outside the boundary wall of the limitless realm. This huge seal could erupt with the power of the limitless realm. Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly threw this huge seal into the star array, suppressing the eye of the array. The entire star formation, which was shaking violently, immediately stopped shaking. Gu Fei didn't want to kill the limitless demon lord because he had a bold idea. The boundary wall of the limitless realm was not unbreakable. As long as there was enough power, the boundary wall of the limitless realm could still be broken. Moreover, Gu Fei had an idea of how much power he would need. This was because Sacred Lord Su Tian had once used him to break the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Breaking the boundary wall of the limitless realm required a lot of power. At least, it was impossible for Gu Fei and Yan Wu to break the boundary wall together. However, if he could gather the power of all the supreme existences in the limitless realm, he might be able to break the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Therefore, the limitless demon lord couldn't die for now. However, Gu Fei couldn't let this demon go just like that. Chapter 5511. In Gu Fei's eyes, The limitless realm should be the highest level world in the world, because the highest cultivation realm now was the infinite prime realm. Of course, as for whether there was a higher realm above the infinite prime realm, it was not something that Gu Fei could worry about now. He was very interested in the limitless realm, because, in his opinion, it was the most perfect world. There was no death there, and all living beings could live forever. If he brought his family and friends into the limitless realm, then they could really be together forever. Who wouldn't yearn for such a perfect world? Who wouldn't want to enter such a world? If Gu Fei wanted to carry out his plan, he had to first make those infinite primes in the void realm feel pain, fear, and make them obedient. Only when his fist was harder than the other infinite primes would they be afraid of him, submit to him, and be obedient. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. It was that simple. The first person he wanted to deal with was the limitless demon lord. This guy actually wanted to destroy his passage in Nanman, which was a bit too much. Gu Fei no longer cared about the limitless demon lord, who was trapped in the stellar formation. With the primal chaos seal in the stellar formation, it would be very difficult for the limitless demon lord to break out of the formation. The formation he had set up was enough for the limitless demon lord to play with. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the starry sky, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at a certain corner of the starry sky. A figure instantly disappeared from his sight. That is, Gu Fei frowned, then took a step and left the starry sky. He instantly crossed the endless void and appeared in the sky above Nanman. At this time, countless demonic creatures were still frantically attacking the southern barbarian capital's city protection formation, and the demonic army brought by the limitless demon lord still surrounded the southern barbarian capital. Why isn't the demon lord back yet? As long as the demon lord breaks the city protection formation here, we can kill our way in. This time, I want to devour enough. There are so many living beings in the city, so much energy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The demons at the head of the demon army couldn't wait to kill their way into the South barbarian capital. In the eyes of these demons, the countless living beings in the southern barbarian royal capital were a great tonic for them. By devouring the vitality of these powerful living beings in the city, they could improve their own cultivation base. This was the cultivation method of the demons. Simple, direct, and brutal. This was also why demons were the enemies of all living beings. Not only did demons devour the vitality of other living beings, but they also devoured the vitality of other demons. As long as they could improve their cultivation, the demons would do anything. At this moment, those demon generals who couldn't wait to charge into the city heard a snap of a finger. In the next moment, their vision went black and they fell to the ground, dead. All the demons were killed in an instant, and the demon army fell into chaos. There was only one person who could kill all the devil generals with a snap of his fingers, and that was Gu Fei. That's right, it was also Gu Fei who killed these devil generals. Roar! In the starry sky, the angry roar of the limitless demon lord came from the starry sky array because he sensed the death of his subordinates. The demon generals under the limitless demon lord were incomparably powerful. The first demon general could even fight with Wu Jixian endlessly, and might not necessarily lose to Wu Jixian. However, in front of Gu Fei, these powerful generals were like ants. Master, when Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the southern barbarian capital, Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, and the others directly rushed out and knelt in front of Gu Fei. Get up! With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou stood up involuntarily. Master, back then, you left without saying goodbye. We were all very worried. Xiaoya was so excited that her eyes were brimming with tears. Long Xiaozhou was also extremely excited. All right, I'm back now, aren't I? Gu Fei said with a frown. He couldn't bear to see women cry the most. After thousands of years, Xiaoya had also grown up. The silly little girl had become a slim and graceful girl, and Xiaoya had also become more and more beautiful. However, Gu Fei only noticed that Xiaoya's cultivation was at the half-step extreme Dao, not bad. As for Long Xiaozhou, She was at the peak of the extreme Tao, not far from the half-step eternal realm. Very good. Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou and said, Master, what do you mean by very good? Long Xiaozhou quickly said, Your cultivation. Gu Fei said indifferently. When the master and disciple met, Gu Fei's state of mind was extremely calm without any waves. However, Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou were extremely excited. Their master was back, and all the problems were easily solved. That guy, the limitless demon lord, had probably been beaten away by their master by now. At this time, a shocking battle cry came from the area outside the southern man's royal capital. The 4 great divine generals of Hongtian led their armies and directly killed the army of demons. They were simply invincible. Wherever they pointed their weapons, the army of demons was routed. Countless demons fled in all directions, and the area around the southern man's royal capital was in chaos. Without the command of a demon general, the demon army was routed by the 4 great divine generals of Hongtian. At this time, Huang Fuzun also released his army. He also led his army like a sharp blade, directly killing into the army of demons. In the city, the witch tribe opened the gate and directly killed their way out. Among the witch tribe, there were still some who did not betray Gu Fei. When they learned that Gu Fei had returned, the kings of the witch tribe immediately led their army, opened the gate, and killed their way out. Countless demons outside the gate were directly killed by the witch tribe army that rushed out of the city. However, there were too many demons outside the southern man's royal capital. Countless demons rushed towards the witch tribe army, extremely fierce. Kill! The great witch king of the witch tribe roared, and the soldiers of the witch tribe directly attacked. They held long spears in their hands, and every time they stabbed, a demon would be directly stabbed. Soon, the witch tribe army was surrounded by the corpses of demons. You guys go out and play too, Gu Fei said to Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou. Yes, master. Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou retreated. At this time, the rebellious Saber King Luo Lai, Witch King Wu Fang, Chaos King, and others were all killing their way out of the city. Now that Gu Fei had returned, how could they still dare to stay in the southern man's royal capital? Wait. Gu Fei stopped Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou. Master, do you have any other orders? Xiao Ye said carefully, You guys go and catch those traitors for me first. Gu Fei said coldly. In his life, what he hated the most was betrayal. How could he let these traitors go? Yes, master. Chapter 55:12. With Gu Fei's return, the morale of Gu Fei's camp immediately soared. Everyone who had been in despair seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and they directly killed the demonic creatures and demonic soldiers outside the city. At this moment, the chaotic Sky Emperor, Saber King Luo Lai, Shaman King Wu Fang, Wanshan King, and North Vanquishing King were also present. The fierce Tiger King, who had always been on good terms with the myriad Elephant King and the North Vanquishing King, did not rebel with them this time. Not only did he not rebel, he even led the other vassal kings to hunt down the myriad Elephant King and the others in the city. At this moment, the 10,000 Elephant King, the North Vanquishing King, and Wu Fang had already escaped to the eastern gate of the southern barbaric imperial city. As long as they charged out of the eastern gate, they would be able to converge with the eastern wilderness demon race's army and flee for their lives. As for the Chaos Heaven Sovereign, who was being held up by Dragon Boat and was still fighting with Dragon Boat in the city. Luo Lai, you bastard! This time, I'm doomed because of you. Han Tianhuang roared as he attacked. At this time, he finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Gu Fei had returned. No one had expected Gu Fei to return at this critical juncture. After all, Gu Fei had disappeared for thousands of years. However, right at this moment, Gu Fei, who had disappeared for thousands of years, had returned to the ethereal realm. One could imagine how bad the luck of Heavenly Sovereign and the others was. Hurry up and charge out. Otherwise, we will all die here. The Saber King, Luo Lai, brandished the saber in his hand in a frenzy as he charged towards the city gate. Every time the saber flashed, one of the generals surrounding them would fall. The 10,000 Elephant King, the North Vanquishing King, and the Shaman King, Wu Fang, were also fighting with all their might. However, at this time, Xiaoya had already led the experts in the city over and blocked them inside the city gate. Outside the city gate, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed outside the city gate. That was the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor, a half-step transcendent emperor. At that moment, the chaotic Sky Emperor rushed out of the city and landed inside the city gate. Long Xiaozhou's figure appeared above the city gate. "Your Highness, on account of all the years I've served you, how about letting me live?" Saber King Luo Lai shouted at Xiaoya. "Luo Lai, at this time, you still have the face to ask Her Highness the Goddess to let you go?" One-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian, who was standing behind Lilia, stepped forward. "Humph! I followed Her Highness for thousands of years. Even if I don't have any merits, I've still worked hard. Isn't that enough to pay for my life?" Saber King Luo Lai stared at Qiu Qianjian and said coldly, "You're right," Lilia said indifferently. When the Saber King Luo Lai heard this, he was delighted. He had followed Xiaoya for thousands of years. Naturally, he understood Xiaoya's temperament very well. Xiaoya loved to convince people with reason. Senior sister Yu, Long Xiaozhou, was in a bad mood. She did not want to let these guys off. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Xiaoya because amongst the people present, only she had the authority to let these fellows go, and even Long Xiaozhou didn't have this authority. "I'm not a heartless person. All right, I'll give you 2 hours to escape." Xiaoya said loudly, "Good. Your Highness Goddess is truly bold. I admire you." Saber King Luo Lai cupped his hands toward Xiaoya. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually scared to death in his heart. If Xiaoya wanted their lives now, they would not be able to do anything to her. "Your Highness Goddess, you can't let the tiger return to the mountain." "Yes, Your Highness Goddess, if you let them go now, it will be difficult to kill them in the future." The surrounding experts were unwilling to accept this outcome, especially Qiu Qianjian, Han Chong, and the others. That Hun Tian Tian was an Emperor Realm expert. "Open the gate and let them scram," Xiaoya shouted loudly. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. "Are you still not going to open the gate?" Xiaoya said angrily. Everyone was speechless. No one wanted to let the tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, many people had died in the hands of these fellows. The Saber King and the others killed from the city to the east gate. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Rumble! The heavy city gate slowly opened. "Haha! Thank you, Your Highness Goddess, for sparing our lives." Saber King Luo Lai strode out of the city gate, laughing wantonly as he walked. When everyone heard Saber King Luo Lai's laughter, they felt that it was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone glared at these fellows with bloodshot eyes. Saber King Luo Lai and the others were surprised and overjoyed. They didn't expect the goddess to really let them go. This was 2 hours, enough for them to escape from Southern Barbarian. Now that the world was so big, if they wanted to live, they would have to rely on other infinite primes. In the entire Void Realm, there were infinite primes that could fight against Gu Fei. There were 2 on the culmination, Snow Mountain. However, Saber King Luo Lai and the others didn't even dream that Gu Fei's first stop after returning to the Void Realm would be the culmination, Snow Mountain. The 2 infinite primes on the culmination Snow Mountain were scared by Gu Fei. The everlasting snow demon hid in the depths of the culmination Snow Mountain and didn't dare to come out. On the other hand, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was still being chased by Yen Wu with no way out. The everlasting Sword Master was now one with 2 beauties. When he had nothing to do, he would transform into the Tian clan's ancestor Yu Xian, and Palace Master Ling Tian. Therefore, it was impossible for the everlasting Sword Master to appear so casually. Saber King Luolai and the others didn't know that they had no place to stay in the entire Void Realm. Even if Xiao let them go now, their final outcome was destined to be miserable. Moreover, Xiao didn't let them go. At this moment, Saber King Luolai and the others had already rushed out of the city gates and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. They had to hurry and escape. If Xiaoya went back on her words, they would be dead. Senior sister, Long Xiaozhou was extremely depressed. Sometimes he really couldn't stand Xiaoya. Xiaoya was too pedantic. She still cared about these traitors. She was so stupid that there was no cure. Prepare to hunt in 2 hours. As Xiaoya spoke, a chaotic divine light rushed out from her hand and entered the sky. In the next moment, a wave of power enveloped the entire world. Senior sister, Long Xiaozhou looked at his senior sister suspiciously. The entire world has been sealed by me with the primal chaos seal. Where can they escape to? Xiaoya smiled. She never intended to let Saber King Luolai and the others go. She used the primal chaos seal to seal the entire world. Not to mention 2 hours. Even if Saber King Luolai and the others were given 20 hours or 100 hours, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Senior sister, you're so cunning. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Hearing this, everyone became excited. I'll reward anyone who can kill any one of them, Yang Kai said. Xiaoya said to everyone, Your Highness Goddess is mighty. Your Highness Goddess is wise. Your subordinate is willing to follow your Highness Goddess forever. Chapter 55:13. Gu Fei ordered Xiaoya to capture Saber King Luolai and the other traitors. Naturally, Xiaoya did not dare to disobey. However, she gave Luolai and the others 2 hours to escape. Then, she directly took out the primal chaos seal and enveloped an area of hundreds of millions of miles with the Southern Man royal capital as the center. This primal chaos seal was an infinite grade Dao artifact, refined by Gu Fei. It was very powerful. Even if Xiaoya took out the primal chaos seal with her half-step extreme grade cultivation, it was enough to trap Saber King Luolai and the others. Preventing them from escaping Southern Man, Xiaoya's subordinates were eager to fight. Saber King Luolai, Hun Tian Tian, Witch King Wufang, Wanxiang King, and North Garrison King. These 5 guys had become delicious cakes in their eyes. It should be known that Xiaoya's reward was equivalent to Gu Fei's reward. Their master was an awesome infinite grade expert. How could his reward be ordinary? Those who received the news all gathered at the east gate of Southern Man royal capital. They all wanted to join in the hunt. Even the 7 great Buddha supremes of the Buddhist clan came to join in the fun. The culmination Buddhist clan had also taken root in Southern Man. In the past thousands of years, the Buddhist clan had developed a lot of believers in Southern Man, and many powerful creatures had joined the Buddhist clan. Before the army of demons attacked, the 7 great Buddha emperors of the Buddhist clan had hidden in Southern Man royal capital. Now, the crisis of Southern Man royal capital had been resolved with the return of Gu Fei, and the 7 great Buddha emperors had emerged again. Even Hong Zue, who followed Gu Fei to the Void Realm, wanted to participate in the hunt. Can I go play? In the palace hall of Southern Man royal capital, Hong Zue, carefully asked Gu Fei, If you feel bored, then go play. Gu Fei glanced at Hong Zue and said. Hong Zue immediately turned around and rushed out with a smile. At this time, in the palace of the Sorcerer clan in Southern Man royal capital, a group of high-ranking Sorcerer clan members were looking at the empty throne with bitter expressions. That was the throne that belonged to the Shaman Emperor. In the Shaman tribe, only the Shaman Emperor could sit on that throne. At that moment, the great elder of the Shaman tribe sat on the first seat to the left of the throne. That was because, apart from the Shaman Emperor, the great elder of the Shaman tribe was the strongest in the Shaman tribe. That bastard Wu Fang really deserves to die, someone said angrily, breaking the silence in the hall. What's the point of saying all this now? A Shaman king said coldly. Wu Fang had betrayed Lilia. This had put the entire sorcerer tribe in danger. It should be known that Gu Fei had already returned to the Void Realm. No one knew if Gu Fei would vent his anger on the entire sorcerer tribe. If Gu Fei vented his anger on the entire sorcerer tribe, the sorcerer tribe would really be finished. Therefore, everyone in the main hall of the sorcerer tribe's temporary imperial residence had grave expressions on their faces. Actually, even the various great shaman kings present would never have imagined that the shaman Fong would join forces with others to rebel against Little Ya. There was no future in rebelling now, and the consequences were very serious. "Looks like you still have to make a trip, my little princess." The great shaman king turned to look at the heaven shaman priest Wu Lingxue, who had been silent all this while. At this moment, all the shaman kings in the main hall looked at the princess of the sorcerer tribe. "I'm not going," Wu Lingxue said directly. All the shaman kings in the main hall were stunned when they heard this. They knew that this princess of the sorcerer tribe was very fond of Gu Fei. Now that she had a chance and an excuse to look for Gu Fei, she was actually unwilling. "My little princess, why don't you go?" The great shaman king was also dumbfounded. That's right, why not? All the shaman kings in the main hall looked at their princess anxiously. It should be known that there were only two people in the entire sorcerer tribe who could speak to Gu Fei. One was the shaman emperor, and the other was the little princess of the sorcerer tribe in front of them. It should be known that thousands of years ago, before Gu Fei suddenly disappeared, Wu Lingxue was someone who almost became Gu Fei's wife. If she were to look for Gu Fei, the crisis of the sorcerer tribe would be resolved immediately. "Why am I the one looking for him and not the other way around?" Wu Lingxue said coldly. All the shaman kings, including the great shaman king, were stunned by Wu Lingxue's words. Who was Gu Fei? He was a supreme existence in the infinite prime realm. Why would he look for her? Did the princess have a fever? Was she losing consciousness? All the shaman kings were speechless. "Hey, my little princess, wake up!" Even the great shaman king felt that Wu Lingxue had a problem with her brain. Who was Gu Fei? Why would he look for her? She was not Gu Fei's wife. In any case, I won't look for him. I don't care if you guys are dead or alive. It's fine as long as I'm alive. As Wu Lingxue spoke, she stood up and left the hall, leaving the dumbfounded shaman kings behind. The chubby face of the great shaman king twitched a few times, and he looked helpless. Ask the shaman emperor to come out of seclusion? That was impossible, because the shaman emperor was in seclusion. Who would dare to disturb him? If something happened to the shaman king, who would be responsible? Moreover, most importantly, they did not know where the shaman emperor was in seclusion. In other words, they could not find the old ancestor of the sorcerer tribe. What should we do? All the shaman kings in the hall were worried to death. At this moment, 2 hours were almost up. Countless experts gathered at the east gate of the southern man's capital were waiting for Little Ya's order. Because they could not wait to kill their way out of the southern man's capital to hunt down the heaven-binding emperor, Saber King Luo Lai, Shaman King Wu Fong, Manifestation King, and North Garrison King. Little Ya had promised that as long as they could capture or kill any one of the 5 people, there would be a great reward. As the saying goes, there will be brave men under a great reward. In the end, the unlucky ones were the heaven-binding emperor and the other 4. With so many people wanting their lives, how could they survive? At this time, the battle outside the southern man's capital was about to end. The army of demons, brought by the limitless demon lord, had long been defeated. However, there were too many demons and demon soldiers, and it was difficult to eliminate them in a short time. There were still sporadic battles outside the southern man's capital. The demons and demon soldiers outside the city were no longer powerful. The demonic weapons were no longer a threat to the southern man imperial capital. The various armies inside the southern man's capital had also killed their way out. With the cooperation from the inside and the outside, the demons and demon soldiers were directly killed and fled in all directions. Now, The limitless demon lord was trapped by Gu Fei in the starry sky array in the depths of the starry sky and was being tortured by the starry sky array. In order to torture the limitless demon lord, Gu Fei had replaced the limitless chaos seal of the starry sky array with a Venerable. This Venerable was also a limitless Tao treasure, and it was the Buddhist clan's limitless Tao treasure. Buddhist power was the nemesis of the demonic Tao. The starry sky array was suppressed by the limitless Buddhist treasure, Venerable. It was not easy for the limitless demon lord to break out of the array. The primal chaos seal was used by Little Ye to suppress a part of the world, trapping the heaven-binding emperor and Wu Fang. The hunt begins. Chapter 55:14. Under Xiao Ye's command, the hunt began. All the experts above the king realm in the southern barbarian capital took action. Everyone wanted Xiao Ye's reward. After all, Her Highness the Goddess was backed by Gu Fei. Xiao Ye's reward would definitely not be too bad. In the world of cultivation, the most important things for cultivators were cultivation techniques and resources. Especially experts above the king realm with their cultivation, the resources they needed were definitely much more than ordinary cultivators. Especially divine medicines and Tao tools. These things were not easy to obtain. Therefore, at this time, all the cultivators above the king realm wanted to kill the Saber King Luo Lai and the others, and then receive Xiao Ye's reward. Even the old Dragon Emperor of the West Sea was tempted and joined the hunt. This made many experts speechless. Even the old Dragon Emperor took action. What else could they do? Although they were depressed, Fierce Tiger King, One-Armed Sword King Qiu Qianjian, and the others would not withdraw from the hunt because there were 5 targets. They could get a reward for killing any target. However, Saber King Luo Lai, which King Wu Fang, and the others had already been on the run for 2 hours. It was not an easy task for them to find these 5 fellows in this region of millions of miles. For Xiao Ye, this hunt would be a training exercise. Junior sister, aren't you going to play? Xiao Ye was surprised to see that Long Xiaozhou did not move. There's no rush. In such a big place, who can find those 5 guys in a short time? Unless Master takes action. Long Xiaozhou was really not in a hurry. Moreover, even if those people found the Saber King Luo Lai and the others, they might not be able to defeat them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be killed instead. One should know that there was an Emperor Realm expert among the Saber King Luo Lai's group. That was the Chaotic Sky Emperor, who had the limitless Demon Lord's Tao tool. Even the old Dragon Emperor of the West Sea might not have a chance of winning against this guy, let alone the others. Therefore, although this was a hunt, it was not a hunt without danger. Even a rabbit would bite when forced into a corner, let alone a ruthless person like the Saber King Luo Lai. When the Saber King Luo Lai was Xiao Ye's subordinate, he was very domineering. He had many conflicts with Xiao Ye's subordinates, especially the red-browed Eagle King. The 2 of them were like fire and water. This time the scarlet-browed Eagle King could finally hunt down the Saber Sovereign, Luo Lai, justifiably. The red-browed Eagle King hadn't been idle for the past several thousand years either. His cultivation had already reached half-step Emperor Realm. 4 King Realm experts like him. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that his master, Gu Fei, had returned, and his master was an unparalleled existence in the infinite Prime Realm. If he could kill traitors like Blade King Luo Lai, he might even be able to break through to the Emperor Realm if his master was happy and gave him some pointers. The red-browed Eagle King seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He immediately released the Heavenly Eagle Army that he had rebuilt over the past few thousand years. Countless divine eagles covered the sky and directly charged into the distance with great momentum. Qi Mei, Fierce Tiger King, and the other King Realm experts were speechless when they saw the scene. In order to hunt down Saber King Luo Lai and the other traitors, Red-Eye-Browed Eagle King actually showed his trump card. The Heavenly Eagle Army was the Red-Browed Eagle King's trump card. He would not use it easily. However, Which of these King Realm experts didn't cultivate their own forces? Fierce Tiger King also had a fierce tiger army. When he saw Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King use the Heavenly Eagle Army, he immediately blew the horn and summoned the fierce tiger army. The other King Realm experts also summoned their own armies. For a moment, the entire mountain was filled with people. Countless people appeared in the mountain ridges with only one purpose, and that was to hunt. And the targets of the hunt were the 5 traders. At this time, Gu Fei had already returned to the southern barbarian imperial city. With his current cultivation level, he only needed a thought to cover the entire area with his divine sense. If he wanted to kill Luo Lai and the others, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But he didn't do it. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. If he were to personally make a move, wouldn't others say that he was bullying the weak? Soon, the Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King's Heavenly Eagle Army encountered the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race Army. It had to be said that the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race was still very powerful. Even at this time, they still hadn't been defeated. They still advanced and retreated at a moderate pace. However, although the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race Army was fast, they still couldn't escape the area sealed by the Primal Chaos Seal. In other words, the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race Army was destined not to return to the Eastern Barbarian. The Eastern Barbarian Dragon Race, Phoenix Race, Black Tortoise Race, Vermilion Bird Race, and the Fire Chi Lin Race experts were also trapped in the space sealed by the Primal Chaos Seal. The ending that awaited them was complete annihilation. At this time, the outcome was already decided. The Limitless Demon Lord's forces had already been defeated. Even if the Limitless Demon Lord could break out of Gu Fei's Starry Sky Array, the outcome would still be different. Moreover, after Gu Fei replaced the Buddha Race's Golden Steel Bell with the Primal Chaos Seal that suppressed the Starry Sky Array, the Limitless Demon Lord was even more miserable. One had to know that Buddhist power was the nemesis of demonic power. Why hasn't Yan Wu captured Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation yet? What is Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven doing? Gu Fei released his divine will. The entire southern barbarian was enveloped by his divine will. He didn't sense the auras of Yan Wu and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. These two fellas weren't in southern barbarian at all. Gu Fei knew that Yan Wu was chasing after Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation. However, with Yan Wu's cultivation, it was impossible that she couldn't capture Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation after such a long time. What was Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven doing? After Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven returned to the Void Realm, he parted ways with Gu Fei at the culmination Snow Mountain and disappeared. However, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven wouldn't betray Gu Fei, because Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had a forbidden technique planted on him by Gu Fei. His life and death were in Gu Fei's hands. At this time, Gu Fei sensed the auras of Saber King Luo Lai and the others. Saber King Luo Lai and the others were actually together with the experts of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race. The Red-Browed Eagle King's Sky Eagle Army and the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's outer army started fighting. Soon, the other King Realms who participated in the hunt rushed towards the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army like wild wolves that smelled blood. Even Hong Tian's 4 generals led the Hong Tian Divine Army to the vicinity of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army. In an instant, the mountains were filled with earth-shattering battle cries. Rays of light shot up from the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army and shot towards the divine eagles in the sky. Divine eagles were constantly hit by the arrows and fell from the sky together with their eagles. The giant eagles in the sky swooped down from time to time and grabbed the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's soldiers with their sharp claws. Then they flew into the sky and killed the Demon Race soldiers. However, the Red-Browed Eagle King's Sky Eagle Army couldn't defeat the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army at all. Soon, the Sky Eagle Army was at a disadvantage. This is outrageous. The Red-Browed Eagle King was shocked and angry. He had to stop attacking because, if this continued, his Sky Eagle army would be completely annihilated. Chapter 55:15. The southern barbarian territory was vast. The area explored by the human race and the southern barbarian races was hundreds of millions of miles wide. The area that Xiaoya sealed with the Seal of Chaos was actually less than 1/10 of the area controlled by the human race and the southern barbarian races. What's going on? Why can't we get out of the southern barbarian territory? At this time, the eastern barbarian demon emperors were shocked because they seemed to be trapped and couldn't get out of the southern barbarian territory. They walked around and finally found that they were back to the same place. Did Gu Fei make a move? Han Tianhuang and Luo Lai, who met up with the eastern barbarian army, thought of this and couldn't help but turn pale. If it was really Gu Fei who trapped them, then they were dead. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and directly pounced on the eastern barbarian demon army. The eastern barbarian demon army was suddenly in chaos. Very soon, streaks of arrow light shot into the sky, directly shooting at the black shadow that was descending from the sky. It's the red-browed Eagle King's heavenly eagle army. Luo Lai roared. Xiaoya's eagle? A king realm expert of the black tortoise race exclaimed. Xiaoya's army caught up so quickly? The eastern barbarian demon race experts were all shocked. However, they soon realized that it was only the red-browed Eagle King and his heavenly eagle army that had caught up with them. The other southern barbarian king's armies were nowhere to be seen. Kill! Luo Lai rushed into the sky with the saber in his hand and directly chopped down a giant eagle. Then he rushed towards the red-browed Eagle King. Luo Lai, you're dead today. The red-browed Eagle King directly jumped from the back of the giant eagle and faced the Saber King Luo Lai. Swoosh! The Saber King Luo Lai slashed at the red-browed Eagle King. The bright saber light was extremely dazzling, and the cold saber aura spread out. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the saber aura. Clang! The red-browed Eagle King stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the saber light. The saber light and his eagle claws collided, making a sound of metal colliding. The red-browed Eagle King was wearing a pair of gloves forged from godly metal, so he was not afraid of the godly saber in the hands of the Saber King Luo Lai. The two figures moved quickly in the air and started fighting. Powerful yuan qi rippled in all directions. This red-browed Eagle King is courting death. A few figures stood on a mountain. They were the Shaman King, Wu Fang, the Huntian Emperor, the Wanxiang King, and the North Vanquishing King. As far as they were concerned, the red-browed Eagle King was courting death by chasing after them alone. How could a mere Eagle King be a match for all the powerful cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness? Longzuan was a transcendent emperor in the Eastern Wilderness demon race's camp. In the eyes of a transcendent emperor, a king-level existence, like the red-browed Eagle King, was like an ant. They could squash him to death with a single finger. However, the important figures of the Eastern Baron demon race did not seem to have any intention of killing the red-browed Eagle King. The cultivation levels of the Saber King Luo Lai and the red-browed Eagle King were about the same. It was difficult to determine a victor, and it was even more difficult to determine a life and death battle. The enmity between the Saber King Luo Lai and the red-browed Eagle King was not small. The Saber King Luo Lai's only son was indirectly killed by the red-browed Eagle King. This was also the reason why the Saber King Luo Lai had betrayed Xiaoya. In the Saber King Luo Lai's opinion, so what if his son was 100 times more despicable? The strong were respected. As long as his son was stronger than the other party, it was fine. However, in the southern Baron capital, it did not work with Xiaoya. Because Xiaoya was very clear about the difference between good and evil, right and wrong. Right was right, wrong was wrong. If she was unreasonable and lawless, then the world would become hell. The red-browed Eagle King was also a stubborn fellow. He had always been at odds with the Saber King Luo Lai. For thousands of years, the conflict between the two had almost reached the point where they could not coexist under the same sky. However, With Xiao Yi suppressing him, the Saber King Luo Lai could not cause any trouble. Now, the Saber King Luo Lai had directly rebelled. He thought that the limitless demon master destroying the Southern Baron would be a piece of cake. Who knew that at the critical moment, Gu Fei, who had disappeared for thousands of years, would return. Therefore, the limitless demon master was unlucky, and the traitors like the Saber King Luo Lai were also unlucky. They had already rebelled, and there was no turning back. They could only kill their way out of the Southern Baron capital and meet up with the Eastern Baron demon race army outside. That way, they might have a chance of survival. There were still many experts in the Eastern Baron demon race. Most importantly, the Eastern Baron demon race's ancestor was an infinite prime. However, the Eastern Baron demon race's ancestor was very unreliable. He had already said that he would no longer care about the Eastern Baron demon race's matters. However, this also depended on the situation. Would the Eastern Baron demon race's experts really just watch as the Eastern Baron demon race's 5 major clans were wiped out? Of course, the experts of the Eastern Baron demon race who were trapped in the Southern Baron were actually panicking. However, they were still able to control the demon race army and did not let the army collapse in despair. It had to be said that the Eastern Baron demon race's 5 major clans were unprecedentedly united at this time. Very soon, the red-browed Eagle King's Sky Eagle army was defeated. It should be known that the Sky Eagle army was not on the same level as the Eastern Baron demon race's army. However, just as the Sky Eagle army was retreating, countless powerful auras appeared in the nearby mountain ridges. One powerful figure after another quickly approached from afar. Those were the experts who participated in this hunt. They sensed the movement here and swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Everyone wanted to kill the Saber King, Luo Lai, and the other 4 guys. Everyone wanted to get Xiao Ye's reward. There was no other way. Xiao Ye's reward was too tempting. Everyone wanted to get it. Saber King Luo Lai, it's the Saber King Luo Lai. A tempting cry rang out. Kill! Where is Luo Lai? Everyone was extremely excited. Many people directly rushed towards the 2 figures who were fighting in the sky. Seeing this scene, the Saber King Luo Lai was stunned. How would he dare to fight the red-browed Eagle King now? He slashed with all his strength and forced the red-browed Eagle King to retreat. Then he turned around and fled towards the mountain ridges below. One red-browed Eagle King was enough to make him suffer. If so many King Realm cultivators attacked him at the same time, even if there were 10 of him, he would still be finished. The Saber King Luo Lai escaped. The Saber King Luo Lai jumped. Stop him! How dare you, demon! Where do you think you're going? Countless experts shouted and chased after the Saber King Luo Lai. These guys, the experts of the Eastern Baron demon race, were extremely nervous when they saw so many experts suddenly appear. However, they were quickly shocked by what they saw. These experts were not coming for the Eastern Baron demon race. It was a false alarm. Hey, aren't those Wu Fang and the others on the mountain top? Kill. Very quickly, someone discovered Wu Fang, Hun Tian Tian, and the others. Hence, countless experts set their eyes on Wu Fang and the others on the mountain top and charged towards them. What's going on? Chapter 55:16. The higher-ups of the Eastern Baron demon race looked at the people chasing after Luo Lai and Hun Tian Tian. They were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Longzuan was dumbfounded. These guys were not coming for the Eastern Baron demon race. At this time, the Southern Baron kings arrived with their subordinates, but they simply ignored the Eastern Baron demon race's army. All of them were staring at Luo Lai and the others. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, crazily chasing after Luo Lai. Lord Zun, what are they playing at? Ancestor Firekalin said, Are these guys crazy? Xuan Wulong, the emperor of the Black Tortoise clan, exclaimed, Who cares, as long as they are not coming for us? Hua Lin Miao, the emperor of the Fire Qilin clan, sneered. That's true, haha. Longzuin didn't say anything, but the demon clan's experts behind Longzuin all burst into laughter. Fierce Tiger King, One-Armed Sword King, Qiu Qianjian, and the others really thought that the Eastern Baron demon race was invisible. They knew that their master was back, and it would be a piece of cake for him to get rid of these people. What they needed to do now was to kill the traitors, Luo Lai, Han Tian Tian Wufang, and the others. As for the Eastern Baron demon race's affairs, they had no right to interfere. The Southern Baron kings, people bypassed the Eastern Baron demon race's camp to chase after Luo Lai and the others. Just as the experts of the Eastern Baron demon race were planning to watch the show, Hong Tian's 4 generals appeared on the horizon. Behind them were the 120,000 soldiers under their command. As soon as the 4 generals appeared, the world was immediately shrouded by a shocking murderous aura. Every inch of the void was filled with a heart-palpitating murderous aura. What? The Eastern Baron demon race's higher-ups were shocked. Previously, the Southern Baron kings did not come for the Eastern Baron demon race, but these 4 guys definitely came for the Eastern Baron demon race. At this time, the Saber King Luo Lai and the others fled like stray dogs. Hong Zue also appeared nearby. She had just arrived in this world and was filled with curiosity about everything in this world. After all, she had never seen a real world full of vitality. It was only when she followed Gu Fei to the Void Realm that she truly saw what a macro world was. She also felt the unprecedentedly powerful nomological laws of heaven and earth. If it weren't for Gu Fei's help, it would have been difficult for her to even walk in this world, let alone fly in the sky. The confrontation between the demon clan of the Eastern Wilderness and the 4 generals of Hong Tian shocked Hong Zer. On one side, the demon Qi soared into the sky, and on the other side, the murderous aura was so mighty that it made her heart palpitate. She, who was at the extreme Dao realm, could only be considered a first-rate powerhouse here. There were many people who were more powerful than her here, which made her feel a little dejected. Only Gu Fei was a peerless expert wherever he went, and nearly invincible existence. When would she be able to be like Gu Fei and look down on the world? Are they finally fighting? Hong Zhuir noticed that a fierce battle had broken out in a mountain 100 miles ahead of her. She directly rushed over. Boom! As soon as Hong Zhuir got close, a mountain exploded. Suddenly, a cloud of dust and gravel flew everywhere. A figure rushed out of the endless dust. North Garrison King, where are you going? Someone yelled. It turned out that the North Garrison King had been sent flying and crashed into a mountain. At this moment, the North Garrison King was extremely depressed. He used to be one of the lords of Southern Man with his own territory and subordinates. But now, the North Garrison King had become a stray dog, chased by countless King Realm cultivators. He already hated the King of Sabers, Luo Lai. If it weren't for this guy who bewitched him, he wouldn't have betrayed Xiaoya and ended up like this. Now he could only run. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to survive. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. Your Highness, I know you can hear me. Can you give me a chance to redeem myself? The North Garrison King shouted as he ran. Ha! North Garrison King, you finally admit defeat. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Why are you still here? Just come over and let us kill you. The King Realm cultivators who were chasing after the North Garrison King shouted at him. The North Garrison King was speechless. These guys wanted to kill him to claim the reward, but he wouldn't let them. Even if he was going to die, he would drag a few of them down with him. Xiao, you did come close, but she didn't pay any attention to the North Garrison King. Xiao, you only had one thought for traitors, and that was to kill them without mercy. These guys had followed her for thousands of years, but they still betrayed her. It was unforgivable. In fact, Xiaoyu was doing this to warn the others. If she let these traitors go, there would be more traitors because the cost of betrayal was too low. Xiaoyu had to let everyone under her know the consequences of being a traitor. Senior sister, The King Realm cultivators are considered experts. Since this guy has admitted defeat, why don't you spare his life? Long Xiaozhou, who was next to Xiaoya, suddenly said, "Are you trying to trick me?" Xiaoya said angrily, "Haha, how would I dare to trick you? Just pretend I didn't say anything." Long Xiaozhou stopped joking when he saw Xiaoya was angry. Long Xiaozhou was very familiar with Xiaoya's temper after spending thousands of years with her. His senior sister had always been serious and wouldn't joke around. Besides, apart from Long Xiaozhou, who would occasionally joke around with Xiaoya, who would dare to joke around in front of Xiaoya. Boom! Another loud sound came from the mountains in the distance. The 10,000 Elephant King was trapped in a valley and had no choice but to fight with his pursuers. However, at least 7 great monarchs attacked the Wanxiang monarch at the same time. Without any suspense, the Wanxiang monarch was once again sent flying, slamming heavily into the cliff wall of the valley, creating a huge crater in the wall and filling it with cracks. "He's mine." "You must be joking. Whoever kills this guy will be eligible to claim the reward." A group of King Realm cultivators rushed toward the Elephant King. "Go to hell." The 10,000 Elephant King transformed into a gigantic elephant the size of a mountain ridge. He swung his trunk and wrapped it around a King Realm cultivator. Without any suspense, this King Realm cultivator died directly. The Elephant King's trunk crushed all the bones in the King Realm cultivator's body, and a destructive force entered the King Realm cultivator's body. His body and soul were destroyed. This was the most thorough way to die for any cultivator. Chapter 55:17. In the mountains thousands of miles away from the southern barbarian kingdom, the 4 generals of Hong Tian led the divine army and confronted the eastern barbarian demon tribe. Both sides were ready to fight. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were nearby. For thousands of years, the 4 generals of Hong Tian only listened to Xiaoya. Unless Xiaoya nodded, even Long Xiaozhou could not command them. But now Gu Fei had returned. Therefore, the 4 generals of Hong Tian listened to Gu Fei directly. At this time, Gu Fei was in the back garden of the southern barbarian kingdom's royal palace. He was chatting with Wu Lingxue, the palace lord of the sorcerer tribe, under a 10,000-year-old plum tree. The plum blossoms on the 10,000-year-old plum tree were in full bloom. The air was filled with the fragrance of plum blossoms. "Why, are you still unwilling to give up and still want to marry me?" "Ha!" Gu Fei laughed. He naturally knew why Wu Lingxue was looking for him, but he could not help but flirt with the princess of the sorcerer tribe. Wu Lingxue blushed. She did not wear a mask, so her beautiful face looked a little pale. She had an extraordinary status in the shaman tribe, and even the great shaman kings of the shaman tribe had to be polite to her. Moreover, she had also received guidance from the shaman emperor, and her cultivation had already broken through to the king realm. In terms of cultivation, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with a group of shaman kings. "Why, do you dare to marry me?" Wu Lingxue stared at Gu Fei and said, "No, I really don't dare to." Gu Fei hurriedly shook his head. "TSK, I didn't expect the Lord of Southern Barbarian to admit defeat," Wu Lingxue said with a look of disdain. However, she still revealed a trace of disappointment that was hard to detect. "This is not fear. I already have a wife," Gu Fei said seriously. "So what? Look at those big shots in the Void Realm. Which one of them doesn't have a wife?" Wu Lingxue really did not understand. An existence like Gu Fei, who was invincible in the Void Realm, did not even have a wife. Gu Fei's wife was not in the Void Realm. As for whether what he said was true, Wu Lingxue had no way to verify it. However, Gu Fei's time in the Void Realm was getting shorter and shorter. He did not marry anyone and did not even have a female confidant by his side. On the other hand, which of the shaman kings in the shaman tribe did not have multiple wives and concubines? Could it be that Gu Fei didn't like women but liked men? Or was there something wrong with this guy? Wu Lingxue's thoughts ran wild. If Gu Fei knew that Wu Lingxue was thinking of him this way, he would probably vomit blood in anger. His daughter is older than you, and you dare to say that he can't do it? All right, let's stop joking. You've come this time to ask me to let the sorcerer tribe go, right? Gu Fei said calmly. He knew about the betrayal of the sorcerer tribe's shaman king, Wu Fong. If he had not returned in time, Xiaoye and the rest would have been in danger. Since you already know, why did you ask? Wu Lingxue sighed. Go back. I won't do anything to the sorcerer tribe. Gu Fei said. In his eyes, the sorcerer tribe did not pose a threat to him at all. If he wanted to destroy the sorcerer tribe, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, this time, the sorcerer tribe did not rebel. This was just a small portion of the sorcerer tribe that rebelled. Gu Fei was not an unreasonable person. He would deal with whoever rebelled. As for the others, he really did not want to deal with them. Thank you. Wu Lingxue bade farewell and left. She knew that it was impossible for her and Gu Fei to be together. She was very envious of Gu Fei's wife. She had never seen someone as loyal as Gu Fei. In the sorcerer tribe, or even in the entire void realm, which important person did not have a large number of wives and concubines. Even the Buddha tribe did not forbid marriage. Wu Lingxue returned to the sorcerer tribe's temporary residence in the South Man royal capital dejectedly. Her dejected look frightened the group of sorcerer tribe's higher-ups who were waiting anxiously in the sorcerer tribe's temporary residence. Why? Is Gu Fei not willing to let us go? Could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to completely destroy the sorcerer tribe? The group of higher-ups of the sorcerer tribe immediately surrounded Wu Lingxue and spoke at once. If Gu Fei really wanted to attack them, they would not be able to retaliate at all and could only wait for death. I want some peace and quiet. Don't bother me. As Wu Lingxue spoke, she squeezed through the crowd and returned to her room. With a loud bang, she slammed the door. The group of higher-ups of the sorcerer tribe outside the door was stunned. What's going on? Is Gu Fei going to attack the sorcerer tribe? The group of higher-ups of the sorcerer tribe outside Wu Lingxue's room was bewildered. However, they did not dare to barge into Wu Lingxue's room directly. One should know that Wu Lingxue and Gu Fei's friendship was not ordinary. It was already very rare that she was willing to come forward. One should know that Wu Lingxue was not willing to look for Gu Fei previously. The group of sorcerer tribe experts were also very clear that even if Gu Fei were to destroy the sorcerer tribe, there would still be two people who would be fine. One was the heaven shaman, priest Wu Lingxue, and the other was the shaman emperor. The shaman emperor and Gu Fei's friendship was also not ordinary. Among the sorcerer tribe, the two people that Gu Fei was most likely to let go were Wu Lingxue and the shaman emperor. Just as Wu Lingxue returned to the sorcerer tribe's palace in the South Man Kingdom, a fierce battle broke out in the mountains thousands of miles away from the South Man Kingdom. The army of gods, led by the 4 generals of Hongtian, and the army of demons from the East Wilderness were still in a stalemate. No one dared to act rashly. In terms of numbers, the army of demons from the East Wilderness was absolutely overwhelming to the army of gods, led by the 4 generals of Hongtian. This was because the army of gods only had 120,000 soldiers. However, the army of demons from the East Wilderness was composed of 5 powerful clans that had existed for countless years. Other than the Phoenix clan, which had a smaller army, the other 4 clans still controlled 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers. This time, the army of demons from the East Wilderness was at most 1,000,000 soldiers. This was more than 10 times the army of gods under the command of the 4 generals of Hongtian. However, for a war of this level, so what if they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers? No matter how many ants there were, they could not defeat a giant dragon. While they were in a stalemate, countless people who were chasing after the King of Blades, Luo Lai, and the other 4 traitors were desperately hunting down the 5 traitors. Little Ye's reward was too tempting. Even Hong Zui'er joined in. Little Ye, Long Xiao Zhou, and the others also came nearby. They did not make a move. Lilia was only a half-step extreme Tao cultivator. In the Void Realm, she was only a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. With her cultivation, it would not be difficult for her to hunt down the King of Blades, Luo Lai. After all, she was Gu Fei's personal disciple. Like teacher, like disciple. As Gu Fei's disciple, it was not a problem for Lilia to challenge an Emperor Realm cultivator. At this time, the King of Blades, Luo Lai, was like a street rat. He was chased by fierce Tiger King and the others until there was no way out. Chapter 55:18. The Saber King Luo Lai was quite a character. With a saber in his hand, he dashed left and right, killing the southern barbarian kings and forcing them to retreat. Almost no one dared to fight to the death with him. The southern barbarian kings really wanted to get Xiao Ye's reward, but they also needed to be alive to receive it. If they lost their lives, Xiao Ye's reward would be useless no matter how amazing it was. Now, the Saber King Luo Lai was fighting with his life on the line because only by doing so could he have a chance to survive. The barefooted were not afraid of those who wore shoes. The Saber King Luo Lai only had one life. He was not even afraid of death. The southern barbarian kings were afraid of this madman. Moreover, everyone knew the Saber King Luo Lai's strength. Everyone was very clear about it. However, no matter how powerful the Saber King Luo Lai was, he absolutely could not withstand the joint attack of so many king realms. Soon, the ferocious Tiger King's fist landed on the Saber King Luo Lai's back. Luo Lai was blasted away and directly fell into a primitive forest. Haha, this guy's life is mine. The ferocious Tiger King picked up a bargain and was very happy. He directly chased after Luo Lai and rushed into the forest below. However, the next moment, the ferocious Tiger King screamed and flew out of the forest. His shoulder was dripping with blood. He was actually hit. Hee, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. I will take Luo Lai's life. A figure descended from the sky and also rushed into the forest. A great battle broke out in the forest. The person who attacked was the West Sea Black Dragon King. The West Sea Dragon clan had long moved to the southern barbarian. The West Sea Black Dragon King was Long Xiaozhou's subordinate. A black dragon shadow rampaged in the forest. Wherever it passed, countless trees collapsed. As long as it was touched by the dragon shadow, it would be directly destroyed. The physique of the Dragon Clan was incomparably strong. This Black Dragon King was a King Realm expert. In the Void Realm, King Realm experts were second only to the extreme Tao Emperor Realm. With a strong physique and a strong cultivation, this Black Dragon King was much stronger than other creatures of the same realm. However, the Saber King Luo Lai was not a vegetarian. In the forest, extremely sharp saber lights constantly rushed out. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was destroyed, leaving saber marks on the ground. Swoosh! A blade light swept across, and a large number of trees were chopped down, falling to the ground. It was a magnificent sight. However, when Luo Lai's sharp blade light slashed at the black dragon's body, sparks flew in all directions. It actually couldn't break the black dragon's scales. Bam! Black Dragon used Divine Dragon Tail Whip, and the huge dragon tail directly hit Luo Lai's body, sending him flying. The Black Dragon King, who had transformed into a black dragon, opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black gas. The Black Dragon King spat out a mouthful of black gas directly towards Luo Lai. Wherever it passed, anything that came into contact with the black gas was instantly corroded. What? Saber King Luo Lai was shocked when he saw this. He endured the pain in his body and directly soared into the sky, dodging the incoming black gas. The black energy struck the place where Luo Lai had just been and exploded. Everything within a radius of 1,000 zhang disappeared, instantly corroded by the eruption of the black energy. Even the ground was corroded, forming a large pit. Seeing this scene, Luo Lai was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been hit by the black gas, and his body and soul would have been annihilated. The other King Realm experts were shocked when they saw the power of the Black Dragon King's attack. The West Sea Dragon Clan's reputation was well-deserved. In fact, after the West Sea Dragon Clan moved to Nanman, they became the third power in Nanman. This third power wasn't ranked third in terms of strength, but the third power in Nanman. The power of the West Sea Dragon Clan was stronger than that of the Sorcerer Clan. After all, the Sorcerer Clan had a Sorcerer Emperor, but the West Sea Dragon Clan also had an old Dragon Emperor. Of course, the strongest power in Nanman was Little Ya's power, which had received the inheritance of Gufei. It was very simple. After Gufei left, the 4 great generals of Hong Tian listened to Little Ya. The 4 great generals of Hong Tian were extremely powerful existences, especially the eldest, Wu Jixian. He was at the Supreme Emperor Realm, which was the Eternal Realm. Even the Sorcerer Emperor was no match for him. At this time, the Black Dragon King revealed his original form and fought with the Saber King Luo Lai. Even at his peak, the Saber King Luo Lai might not be able to defeat the Black Dragon King. Moreover, he had been punched by the fierce Tiger King and was injured. Roar! The Black Dragon roared at Luo Lai, who was in the sky. Then it pounced towards Luo Lai, wanting to swallow him whole. Luo Lai became one with his saber and turned into a saber light, trying to escape. However, at this moment, a sword light directly slashed at the saber light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The saber light that Luo Lai had turned into was directly hit by the sword light, and he could not maintain the state of becoming one with his saber. Luo Lai's figure appeared in the void, and a saber light circled around him. Want to escape? The sword light dissipated and a figure appeared in everyone's sight. This person was the one-armed Sword King, Qiu Qianjian. Outrageous, you despicable and shameless guys. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Saber King Luo Lai roared angrily. The next moment, he suddenly coughed and his chest was stained with blood. After being besieged by a group of experts, Luo Lai's injuries were not light. He is mine. All of you get lost. A black dragon directly soared into the sky from the forest below. The black dragon disappeared, and a black-clothed, middle-aged general appeared in the void. A powerful dragon energy spread out, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Black Dragon King, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to monopolize it? The fierce Tiger King pressed forward step by step and sneered. Whoever has the ability to kill this guy will be rewarded by Her Highness. One-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian said coldly. These guys from the West Sea Dragon Clan had always been very tyrannical. This made the one-armed Sword King and the others very uncomfortable. Very well, then you guys think that you are more capable than this Dragon King. Let's see who will kill Luo Lai. As the Black Dragon King spoke, he took a step forward and extended his right hand. A huge dragon claw appeared in the void and directly grabbed at Luo Lai. The power that erupted from the dragon claw was extremely powerful. When the dragon claw descended, the void seemed to be crushed. Buzz! The sword chime shook the 9 heavens. Qiu Qianjian pointed with his sword finger, and an extremely sharp sword light immediately penetrated Luo Lai at an extremely fast speed. Humph! The fierce Tiger King also punched at Luo Lai. A huge golden tiger shadow emerged on his body. 3 Monarch Realm experts attacked at the same time. Luo Lai was ruthless. He knew that with his cultivation and combat strength, he could fight against any one of the 3 Monarch Realm experts. It was hard to say who would win. Chapter 55:19. The Black Dragon King, Qiu Qianjian, and the fierce Tiger King attacked together and blasted the Saber King Luo Lai into pieces. The 3 monarchs attacked at the same time. The Saber King Luo Lai, who was already seriously injured, could not withstand it at all. The divine saber in his hand shattered, and his body and soul were instantly destroyed. The destruction of body and soul was the most thorough way to die for a cultivator, especially a powerful one. Even a cultivator who specialized in the ghost Tao would not be able to survive. My God, who is this? The fierce Tiger King, the Black Dragon King, and Qiu Qianjian were dumbfounded. The three of them attacked and killed Luo Lai at the same time, but the Saber King Luo Lai only had one life. Then, who would be rewarded by Her Highness the Goddess? Even Xiaoya, who was watching the show with Long Xiaozhou in the distance, was a little confused. Senior sister, what should we do? Long Xiaozhou was happy to see this result. Xiaoya did not say anything. It was just a hunt, but there were so many problems. This was really beyond her expectations. What's wrong with that? The strong are respected. I will reward whoever wins if the three of them fight, Xiaoya said after thinking for a while. Did you hear that? Senior sister said that the strong are respected. She will reward whoever wins if the three of you fight. Long Xiaozhou said loudly to the Black Dragon King and the others in the distance. That's good. The Black Dragon King immediately glanced at Qiu Qianjian and the fierce Tiger King with a sinister smile. Among the three monarchs, the Black Dragon King's cultivation was undoubtedly the highest. Next was Qiu Qianjian, and the weakest was the fierce Tiger King. Do you think you can defeat us? The fierce Tiger King stared at the Black Dragon King with a faint smile. Huh, do you really want to fight with me? If I were to kill him, it would be an unjust death, the Black Dragon King said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, he was clearly threatening the fierce Tiger King and Qiu Qianjian. Humph! Hearing this, Qiu Qianjian's gaze on the Black Dragon King turned sharp. Sword King, why don't we join hands and teach this guy how to be a human? No, how to be a dragon. The fierce Tiger King smiled at Qiu Qianjian. Either of them was naturally not a match for the Black Dragon King, but if they joined hands, it would be hard to say who would win. Very good. With a thought from Qiu Qianjian, an extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his body and circled around him. A cold sword qi immediately spread out from Qiu Qianjian's body. At the same time, the shadow of a golden tiger appeared on the body of the fierce Tiger King. The might of the Tiger King caused the weather in the surrounding area to change. The two kings locked onto the Black Dragon King at the same time. Senior sister, this seems a little too much. When Long Xiaozhou saw that the Black Dragon King was going to be jointly attacked by the fierce Tiger King and Qiu Qianjian, he immediately became unhappy. Junior sister, this is a matter between them. Could it be that you want to interfere? Xiaoya glanced at Long Xiaozhou and said, the Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea had always been very tyrannical. In the past thousands of years, there had been many King Realm experts who were very unhappy with these Dragon Kings. However, out of respect for Long Xiaozhou, no one was willing to provoke these Dragon Kings. Even Xiaoya turned a blind eye to it. As long as these Dragon Kings from the West Sea didn't go overboard, she couldn't be bothered to care about these Dragon Kings. When Long Xiaozhou heard what Xiaoya said, she stopped talking. You two are really refusing a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Black Dragon King sneered. He was from the Dragon Clan. In the Void Realm, the Dragon Clan was a high and mighty race. These guys actually wanted to challenge him. They didn't even know how strong they were. You're the one who refuses a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's not too late to admit defeat now, the fierce Tiger King said disdainfully. Why are you still talking so much with this guy? Just do it. As Qiu Qianjian spoke, he pointed with his sword finger. The sword light around him immediately pierced towards the Black Dragon King. The flying sword streaked across the void at high speed without making a sound. Silent sword? The fierce Tiger King was shocked when he saw this. Qiu Qianjian's sword Dao cultivation seemed to have improved a lot again. There were very few sword Dao kings in the Void Realm. With Qiu Qianjian's cultivation, as long as the flying sword was within the range of his divine will, he could take the head of a person with the flying sword. For a sword cultivator, the range of the divine will was the distance that the flying sword could reach. When a sword king of the monarch realm drove the flying sword to kill the enemy, the flying sword would move as fast as lightning in the void. The sound it produced was not weak. But now, the sword light released by Qiu Qianjian had reached the silent realm. It was impossible to defend against such a sword light. You guys really dare? The Black Dragon King was furious when he saw Qiu Qianjian make a move. He directly used his dragon claw to grab the piercing sword light. His dragon claw had been tempered countless times. Ordinary monarch realm divine weapons could not hurt his dragon claw at all. The Western Sea Dragon clan's body refining technique was also unique in the entire Void Realm. Moreover, the physique of the Western Sea Dragon clan was incomparably strong, far surpassing that of other creatures. This was talent. It was difficult for the human clan to have such a strong physique even after cultivating for countless years. However, the Dragon clan was born with such a strong physique. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The Black Dragon King's dragon claw collided with Qiu Qianjian's flying sword. The incomparably sharp flying sword was actually swept away by the Black Dragon King's dragon claw. The Black Dragon King's dragon claw directly grabbed Qiu Qianjian. Roar! While the Black Dragon King and Qiu Qianjian were fighting, the ferocious Tiger King issued an earth-shattering tiger roar. In the next moment, he blasted a fist towards the Black Dragon King. A huge golden tiger rushed out of his body and pounced towards the Black Dragon King. It was incomparably fierce. The fist energy transformed into a golden tiger. This was only one of the magical powers cultivated by the ferocious Tiger King. Damn it! The Black Dragon King had no choice but to face the ferocious Tiger King's fist. His right claw that was grabbing Qiu Qianjian suddenly turned into a fist and met the ferocious Tiger King's fist. Boom! The two fists instantly blasted together. The ferocious Tiger King only felt an extremely powerful force transmitted from the opponent's fist. He felt as if he had been fiercely hit by a divine mountain. His entire body involuntarily flew backward, and half of his body was shaken until it was numb. So strong! The ferocious Tiger King was indescribably shocked. This guy was much stronger than he had expected. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a little kitten. The Black Dragon King sneered and took a step forward. He chased after the ferocious Tiger King, and just at this moment, a cold sword aura suddenly enveloped the Black Dragon King. The resplendent sword light descended from the sky and directly strangled the Black Dragon King's body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The flying sword that could cut godly iron into two was actually unable to break the dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's body. On the incomparably hard dragon armor, it only left a few traces of the flying sword slashes. Chapter 55-20. Although the crisis of Nanman had been resolved with the return of Gu Fei, there were still many spies of the demons hidden in the Nanman royal capital. The entire Nanman royal capital was still shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Gu Fei would not make a move. Xiao Ye had already ordered the city guards in the Nanman royal capital to search for the demons' spies in the city. If they found one, they would be dealt with. These were all small skirmishes. The current situation in the Nanman royal capital was under Xiao Ye's control. At this time, in the Nanman royal capital, there were two forces that were Xiao Ye's greatest troubles. One was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, and the other was East King. East King had long surrendered to the Limitless Demon Lord. He was a puppet force that the Limitless Demon Lord had cultivated in Nanman. At this time, East King's army that invaded the Nanman royal capital was also defeated. East King and his grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, had already fled back to their territory when they saw that the situation was not good. They had been operating in the territory for thousands of years, and the power that guarded the territory could not be underestimated. Moreover, East King was also an Emperor Realm expert. Together with Lin Xiaotian, there were two Emperor Realm experts. This time, in order to attack the Nanman royal capital, the Limitless Demon Lord also sent many experts to help East King. The third demon general under the Limitless Demon Lord was now in the territory of East King. The luck of the third demon general was really good. Originally, he was very unhappy that he could not lead the demon army to attack the Nanman royal capital. But now he was glad that he did not attack the Nanman royal capital, because all the experts of the demons who went to attack the Nanman royal capital never returned. The entire demon's army was annihilated. If the third demon general also attacked the Nanman royal capital, the outcome would be the same as the first and second demon generals. He would die directly. At this time, the limitless demon lord was trapped in the star array in the depths of the starry sky by Gufei. He was being abused. When East King and Lin Xiaotian fled back to the Nanman Eastern region, the third demon general was about to lead his demon army back to the Sky Demon region. At this time, in the square of East King's lair, Dongxian City, a huge formation platform was built. Groups of demon soldiers were ascending the huge formation platform in an orderly manner. From the outside, this formation platform might not be able to accommodate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops, but the inside of the formation platform was a world of its own. Third bro, what are you doing? When Dong Wang returned and saw this scene, he was immediately displeased. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It seemed like the third devil general was planning to flee. Wasn't this a little too much? The third devil general actually wanted to flee with his army? If the third devil general escaped with his army, then what could he use to fight against Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou? What do you mean? If we don't retreat now, are we going to wait for those fellows to kill us? Outside the teleportation platform, the third devil general glared coldly at Dong Wang as he spoke impatiently. He had long since received news that the first and second devil generals had been annihilated. If they didn't escape from the southern barbarians now, they wouldn't be able to escape after Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou finished off the eastern goblin tribe. If you're going to retreat, at least let us know. Are you trying to leave us behind and escape alone? Dong Wang roared. Humph. Some things don't need to be said so clearly. Just know it in your heart. The third devil general sneered. You, Dong Wang was infuriated. If you don't want to die, follow me. If you want to die, stay in the southern barbarians. As the third devil general spoke, he directly walked towards the entrance of the formation platform. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these two guys. If it weren't for the fact that these two guys were still somewhat useful, he would have already slapped them to death. The third devil general was at the half-step supreme emperor realm. If he wanted to kill Dong Wang and his grandfather Lin Xiaotian, it would be really easy. Dong Wang was really angry, but in this situation, if they didn't retreat with the third devil general, they would really be waiting for Xiao Ye and the others to kill them. However, the reason why Dong Wang and his grandfather returned to the southern barbarians' eastern region was that they couldn't bear to leave the territory that they had managed for thousands of years. This was the territory that they had painstakingly managed for thousands of years. They were really unwilling to give it up just like that, but so what if they were unwilling? They couldn't change anything. Aren't you going to follow me? Then I'm leaving. The third devil general's voice came from the teleportation formation platform. Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. At this time, they had no choice but to retreat to the central devil region with the third devil general. In this way, they would have a chance of survival. At this time, some powerful figures began to appear outside Dongxian City. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the entire Dongxian City shook violently. Dong Wang, come out and die. A roar came from outside the city. It's Huangfu Zun! As soon as Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian heard this voice, they were immediately shocked. Huangfu Zun was really haunting them. He had caught up so quickly. The city defense formation temporarily blocked Huangfu Zun. However, Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian both knew that the city defense formation of Dongxian City wouldn't be able to stop Huangfu Zun for long. Once Huangfu Zun attacked the city, they really wouldn't be able to leave. Without hesitation, they directly rushed to the teleportation formation platform. Everything in the southern barbarian eastern region was under the perception of Gu Fei's divine will, but he didn't make a move. He didn't care about small fries like the third devil general, Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian at all. His current opponents were only those powerful infinite primes. Let them do whatever they want. A sigh came from the southern barbarian imperial palace in the southern barbarian capital. At this time, a figure directly fell from the sky and landed in the garden behind the palace where Gu Fei was. The ancient plum trees here were full of plum blossoms, and a fragrance of flowers filled the void. A gust of wind blew, and suddenly the sky was full of plum blossoms, petals dancing in the air. It had to be said that this place was just like a fairyland. At this time, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The white-clothed woman stepped on a plum blossom and stood against the wind. She was like a supreme immortal above the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Extraordinary and refined. It's you. Gu Fei didn't even need to look up to know who the white-clothed woman on the plum tree was. To Gu Fei's surprise, a person whom he thought was impossible had actually appeared here. The person didn't speak, but just quietly flew and looked down at Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't get up and still sat under the tree. In the entire barbarian imperial palace, no one sensed the existence of the white-clothed woman, and there was no one around the back garden where Gu Fei was. Everyone inside and outside the back garden was called away by Gu Fei. Gu Fei liked silence. Wuji, Sword Master. Chapter 55:21. No one would have thought that the person who shouldn't appear the most would actually appear in the southern barbarian royal capital. There was a very special existence in the Void Realm. It wasn't the incarnation of sacred Lord Su Tian. Although it was an incarnation, it wasn't the most special existence in the Void Realm. The most special existence in the Void Realm was the Limitless Sword Master. The Limitless Sword Master was originally a peerless expert in the Limitless Realm's Sword Dao. However, no one knew what she was thinking back then. Perhaps she was bored, or perhaps she was seeking a breakthrough. In short, the Limitless Sword Master actually cultivated a forbidden technique in the Limitless Realm. Then, the consequences of the Limitless Sword Master cultivating this forbidden technique appeared. She actually cultivated herself into two people. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. She was the most dumbfounded. Although the Limitless Sword Master became two people in times of danger, the two of them would merge again and become the Limitless Sword Master. However, this forbidden technique of the Limitless Realm had a serious side effect. The Limitless Sword Master transformed into you, Xian Air and Ling Tian Palace, Lord had independent souls. Therefore, they weren't the Limitless Sword Master anymore. Seeing that the person who came was the Limitless Sword Master, Gu Fei was also very surprised. Limitless Sword Master! Under the old plum tree, Gu Fei slowly raised his head. Through the branches and leaves of the old plum tree, his gaze landed on the white figure standing in the air. Fight! The Limitless Sword Master didn't speak much. She was the type of person who didn't speak much. She exerted force with the tip of her foot, and the old plum tree's crown directly collapsed. Countless plum blossoms turned into dust. A powerful wave of sword chi spread out from the Limitless Sword Master. Wherever the sword wave passed, it shattered everything. Even the void of heaven and earth had countless cracks. F***CK, you're crazy! Gu Fei didn't expect the Limitless Sword Master to wantonly attack in the barbarian royal palace. She didn't care about the life and death of the entire southern barbarian royal city. One should know that if this sword wave really exploded, not to mention the barbarian imperial palace, even the entire southern barbarian imperial capital, or even the area within 10 million miles of the southern barbarian imperial capital, would turn into dust. The Limitless Sword Master was a Limitless Sword Master. The Limitless Sword Master could attack without hesitation, but Gu Fei couldn't. Heaven and earth shift. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky. Before the Limitless Sword Master's sword chi could truly erupt, the entire space suddenly distorted. In the next moment, Gu Fei and the limitless sword master disappeared into thin air. What happened? In the barbarian royal palace, countless guards felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if someone had pointed a sharp blade at their throats. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, and they were all bewildered. "Are you crazy?" Deep in the starry sky of the ethereal extent, a star area shook. Two silhouettes appeared there. "I only ask for a battle." Limitless Swordmaster's words were simple and direct. In her eyes, there was only training, only raising her cultivation, only looking for people to fight. She did not care about anything else. Encountering such a pure person really gave Gu Fei a headache. Who was the one digging a hole for him? One must know that the limitless sword master wouldn't casually appear. Only when Yu Xian Heir or Ling Tian Palace Master's life was threatened would the two fuse. Only when Yu Xian Heir fused with Ling Tian Palace Master would the limitless sword master appear. It seemed like someone was trying to make things difficult for him. Gu Fei's expression turned ugly. There were only a few people who could threaten Yu Xian Heir and Ling Tian Palace Master in the entire ethereal extent. Was it Snow Demon or the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian? There was also the Eastern Barbarian Demon Ancestor who was tortured by him in the past. The limitless Demon Master was trapped in the star array and couldn't even protect himself. It was impossible for him to attack Yu Xian Heir or Ling Tian Palace Master. Gu Fei didn't care who it was. As long as he defeated the limitless sword master, he would know who was behind this. "Very well, I will do as you wish." Gu Fei didn't waste any time and immediately made a stance. A powerful aura immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding stars trembled under the impact of this aura. It was just a stance, but the entire space almost couldn't withstand the aura that erupted from Gu Fei. If they were to fight, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Unfortunately, there were only a few people in the entire ethereal extent who were qualified to watch the battle. All right, although the limitless sword master was a woman, she was decisive. In the next moment, boundless sword chi condensed in the void in front of her, and a divine sword appeared in the void. Terrifying sword energy rippled out from the sword, and a star that was millions of miles behind the limitless sword master was directly split in half by the sword energy. Sword Dao! Gu Fei stared at the limitless sword master and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This guy had actually cultivated the sword Dao to the limitless realm. This was the first limitless sword Dao expert that he had met. His sword Dao cultivation wasn't low, but it hadn't reached the level of limitless realm. It was hard to imagine that the limitless sword master actually wanted to take a step further. Could it be that there was a higher cultivation realm above the limitless realm? Gu Fei wasn't from the limitless realm. Naturally, he didn't know the situation in the limitless realm. Wang! At this moment, a sword chime sounded. The divine sword in front of the limitless sword master immediately turned into a sword radiance and flew towards Gu Fei. The sword chi spread out and directly enveloped a star region. Gu Fei had no room to dodge because the sword chi of the limitless sword master was everywhere. The sword Dao of the limitless realm was indeed terrifying. If it was in existence in the eternal realm, the limitless sword master could probably kill him with a thought. 5 elements divine fist. Gu Fei didn't dare to delay and directly used the 5 elements divine fist. As he punched, the entire star region was instantly enveloped by the fist power of the fire element. Under the envelopment of Gu Fei's fist power, the stars directly exploded, forming a terrifying destructive power that obliterated the limitless sword master. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, the limitless sword master's cultivation seemed to have increased a lot. Moreover, as a sword Dao expert in the limitless realm, the limitless sword master's battle strength was already very terrifying. The two extreme level powers collided and endless sword chi rushed out in all directions. It directly cut the void, leaving pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Gu Fei's fiery fist power also exploded. The entire star region shook violently as if it was about to collapse. The two figures moved quickly in the starry sky. Wherever they passed, stars directly exploded. The entire star region trembled, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. This, Chapter 55-22. Gu Fei and the Unbounded Swordmaster had finally clashed. Even though the two unbounded primes were fighting in the depths of space, their auras were still transmitted to the Void Realm. The moment Gu Fei and the Limitless Swordmaster exchanged blows, countless experts in the Void Realm were alarmed. All of them lifted their heads to look at the starry sky. Is that Gu Fei fellow? At the peak of the culmination snow mountain, where the snow demon had originally cultivated, a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder opened his eyes and looked at the sky. This person was Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. The culmination snow mountain had originally been the territory of the unbounded snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. However, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was being chased by Yenwu and couldn't even protect itself. On the other hand, the unbounded snow demon was terrified of Gu Fei and hid in the depths of the snow mountain, not daring to come out easily. Thus, this training ground belonged to Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. Moreover, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had sealed a drop of his heart's blood in a mysterious place within the culmination snow mountain. This place had actually been his training ground countless years ago. When he had first appeared in the Void Realm, the unbounded snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones had still been playing in the mud somewhere. After Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven and Sacred Master Void Sky had left the Void Realm, the unbounded snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones had occupied the culmination snow mountain. Now that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had returned, he naturally wanted to take back his training ground. Who is the other person? How dare he challenge Gu Fei? Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven couldn't help but admire that person. That was Gu Fei. He was very curious, but he really didn't want to see Gu Fei. After all, he was now Gu Fei's servant. Gu Fei was his master. He can play by himself. What does it have to do with me? Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven closed his eyes and started cultivating again. It's him. In a secret place deep in the snow mountain, the unbounded snow demon was also alarmed. In the eastern wilderness of the Void Realm, a powerful aura erupted from the ancestral grounds of the eastern wilderness demon race. The aura of the demon ancestor surged out. Gu Fei! In the central demon region, East King and Lin Xiaotian looked up at the starry sky in shock. The two of them had followed the third devil, General, back to the Heaven Devil region, and were now able to sense Gu Fei's powerful aura. Who is fighting with that madman Gu Fei? Both East King and Lin Xiaotian were very curious. In this Void Realm, there was actually someone who dared to challenge Gu Fei. Could it be that the person who challenged Gu Fei was not afraid of death? There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. King Dong and his grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, naturally wanted Gu Fei to die a horrible death. However, the reality was cruel. Even if someone dared to challenge Gu Fei, they might not be able to kill Gu Fei. The fluctuation of the sword principle, could it be? The third demon general was extremely shocked. He had followed the limitless demon lord for countless years, and he had traveled the world with the limitless demon lord. He had seen other limitless primes in the mirage. In the entire Void Realm, there was only one person who had reached the limitless prime realm with the sword principle, and that was the limitless sword master. At this moment, the battle in the depths of the starry sky was extremely intense. The power of the limitless sword master's sword principle surprised him a little. The limitless sword master's cultivation was definitely not below that of the limitless prime realm clone of Sacred Master Su Tian. Although Gu Fei had the cultivation of the great accomplishment Infinite Prime Realm, he was actually flustered by the limitless sword master's extremely sharp attack. Gu Fei's martial body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. He was like a humanoid, limitless Tao artifact. His right hand danced, and with just one index finger, he was able to parry the sharp sword light that was coming at him. Moreover, Gu Fei's right index finger was constantly colliding with the Limitless Sword Master's Limitless Tao artifact. Sparks flew everywhere. It had to be said that the Limitless Sword Master's cultivation of the sword principle had reached an unprecedented level. Her sword was everywhere, and even Gu Fei was affected by the sword qi. Not only did Gu Fei have to deal with the Limitless Sword Master's frontal attack, but he also had to defend against the sword qi coming from all directions. At this moment, he was not paying attention, and a strand of sword qi immediately broke through his defense. It directly cut through the clothes on his left shoulder, leaving a hole there. Of course, this level of sword qi could not hurt Gu Fei at all. However, the holes on Gu Fei's clothes kept increasing. Moreover, the Limitless Sword Master's sword principle was still constantly increasing. The battle strength that she was currently displaying was far from her limit. "I was wondering why you wanted to fight with me." Gu Fei was a little speechless. This fight was very strange. Why did the Limitless Sword Master directly find him and want to fight with him? I like it. The Limitless Sword Master's words had always been the simple and direct. What? Gu Fei was even more speechless. What did this mean? You like me? Impossible, you like to fight with me? What kind of rhythm was this? Although he knew that the Limitless Sword Master would not like him, Gu Fei still wanted to flirt with her. Ah, so that's how it is. If you like me, just say it. There's no need to fight with me. Gu Fei teased as he attacked. You! Hearing that, the Limitless Sword Master's eyes immediately shot out an incomparably sharp gaze, and the sword qi she released became even sharper. Sigh. As the saying goes, the one who hits loves, the one who loves is not afraid of hitting. Hit me a few more times, ha-ha. As Gu Fei spoke, he burst into laughter. The Limitless Sword Master did not say a word, but she used her actions to respond to Gu Fei. Buzz! The sword chime shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the Limitless Sword Master became one with his sword and turned into an unprecedentedly powerful sword light that slashed at Gu Fei. The power of the way of the sword that erupted from the sword light seemed to have reached the point where the entire star field could no longer withstand it. Spatial cracks kept appearing in the void. The sword light was extremely fast. Gu Fei was instantly entangled by the sword light. He actually did not have any time to dodge. The sword light was like a glowing giant snake that tightly wrapped around him and kept tightening. The sword qi that erupted from the sword light directly cut countless holes in Gu Fei's clothes. His clothes hung on his body like rags. What a powerful sword Tao! Gu Fei could not help but be moved. The Limitless Sword Master was truly amazing. Ever since he returned to the Void Realm, the Limitless Sword Master was the first infinite prime that could make him feel somewhat embarrassed. Even the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian, the Limitless Demon Master, and the Limitless Snow Demon could not even tear a corner of Gu Fei's clothes, even though they were very strong. However, the power that the Limitless Sword Master unleashed the moment he became one with the sword was too strong. Regardless of whether it was the power of the sword Tao or the speed of the sword light, it had soared to a level that even Gu Fei was moved. At this moment, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the opponent's sword light had actually left a hair-thin sword mark on his body. There was even blood seeping out of the sword mark. Chapter 55:23. In the depths of the Void Realm, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The terrifying pressure of the infinite powers, even across the endless starry sky, still reached the land of the Void Realm. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Who is Master fighting with? Thousands of miles away from the southern barbarian imperial capital, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were inexplicably shocked. They had never seen the Limitless Sword Master make a move before, so they had no idea who burst forth with an aura that was not any weaker than their master. Could it be her? Long Xiaozhou suddenly thought of something. She was much more knowledgeable than Xiaoya. The person fighting with their master in the depths of the starry sky was clearly an infinite powers expert of the way of the sword. In the entire Void Realm, there seemed to be only one infinite powers expert of the way of the sword, and that was the legendary Limitless Sword Master. However, the Limitless Sword Master was mysterious and unfathomable. Even Long Xiaozhou had never seen his true appearance. However, in the entire Void Realm, only the legendary Limitless Sword Master could fight with their master endlessly. Do you know who it is? Xiao Yu looked at Long Xiaozhou. I'm not very sure. Long Xiaozhou frowned. At this time, the Black Dragon King, Qiu Qianjian, and the Fierce Tiger King were still fighting. The Black Dragon King's defense was really abnormal. Even when Qiu Qianjian's flying sword slashed his body, it could not even break through the scales on his body. However, the Black Dragon King's dragon claws constantly clawed at the Fierce Tiger King and Qiu Qianjian. The dragon claws and the flying sword constantly collided, causing dazzling sparks. Fierce Tiger King's berserk fist energy was also blocked by the Black Dragon King. Qiu Qianjian and the Fierce Tiger King were extremely shocked. They had to work together to fight the Black Dragon King to a draw. If you know what's good for you, quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, it will be bad if your lives are harmed. The Black Dragon King said disdainfully as he attacked. He was wearing dragon armor that was impervious to swords and spears. How could these two fight against him? In the eyes of the Black Dragon King, the Dragon Clan was the noblest and most powerful creature in the world. The billions of creatures in the Void Realm were just ants in front of the Dragon Clan. However, the appearance of Gu Fei changed everything. Then came the appearance of the Infinite Prime, which changed the cultivation structure of the entire Void Realm. The powerful races in the Void Realm were no longer the main characters of this world. The true main characters of this world were the supreme existences of the Infinite Prime Realm. The Black Dragon King and the other Dragon Kings were naturally very unwilling. However, so what if he was dissatisfied? In the Mirage, the strong were respected. Whoever was strong was the boss. The Black Dragon King could not change anything. However, the Black Dragon King felt that he could still deal with Qiu Qianjian and the Fierce Tiger King. Haha, if you want to kill us, you'll have to have the ability first. The Fierce Tiger King laughed. Not bad. Qiu Qianjian drove the flying sword with all his might. The sharp sword light cut through the void like a bolt of cold lightning, frantically attacking the Black Dragon King. However, the Black Dragon King actually ignored Qiu Qianjian's sword light. Extending his right claw, he directly grabbed at Qiu Qianjian's chest. Clang! The sword light was like a snake, instantly wrapping around the Black Dragon King's right arm. However, only sparks could be seen, and the dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's arm was only left with a mark left by the sword light. Damn it! Qiu Qianjian had no choice but to retreat. Ah! A large piece of the clothes on Qiu Qianjian's chest was directly torn by the Black Dragon King's dragon claw. Under the clothes, there was blood seeping out. Although the Black Dragon King's claw did not really grab Qiu Qianjian, it still injured him. Bam! At the same time, the Fierce Tiger King's fist fiercely landed on the Black Dragon King's back. The Black Dragon King was sent flying more than 10 miles away by the Fierce Tiger King's fist. He crashed into a mountain peak, directly smashing through it. The top half of the mountain directly fell from the sky, and the surrounding area immediately became chaotic. Roar! In the next moment, the Black Dragon King roared angrily and directly rushed into the sky, then attacked the Fierce Tiger King. What? The Fierce Tiger King could not help but turn pale with fright. Just now he had punched with all his strength, but this guy was actually fine after being hit by his full strength? How is this possible? Without any suspense, the Fierce Tiger King was blasted flying by the Black Dragon King and directly smashed into the mountain ridge, only to see a path of dust soar up from within the mountain ridge. The Fierce Tiger King rolled and rolled in the mountain ridge, directly smashing out for more than 10 miles before stopping. Ah! The Fierce Tiger King laid on the ground and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. and he temporarily lost the ability to fight. Overestimating yourself, the Black Dragon King sneered. At this time, Qiu Qinjin's sword light descended from the sky and directly chopped at his waist. The Black Dragon King was sent flying by Qiu Qinjin's sword light. However, he had the protection of the dragon armor, and Qiu Qinjin's sword light was unable to injure him in the slightest. This was the gap between Qiu Qinjin and the fierce Tiger King and the Black Dragon King. They couldn't even break the opponent's defense, so how could they fight? No matter how formidable Qiu Qinjin's sword light was, it was useless because the Black Dragon King simply ignored Qiu Qinjin's attack, tearing heaven and earth. The Black Dragon King roared angrily, and countless dragon claw shadows appeared in the void. They directly grabbed and scattered Qiu Qinjin's flying sword light, and then swept Qiu Qinjin away with one claw. Qiu Qinjin was like a kite with a broken string falling from the sky. Haha, the Black Dragon King is still the best. When Long Xiaozhou saw this scene, he laughed out loud happily. Xiao, you didn't say anything. The Black Dragon King's battle strength was very strong, and the strong were respected. She also had nothing to say. Therefore, the Black Dragon King became the first Monarch Realm expert in this hunt to be rewarded by Xiaoya. At this time, although the Saber King Luo Lai was dead, the Witch King Wu Fong, the Heaven Battering Emperor, the Elephant King, and the North Vanquishing Emperor were still running for their lives. The Black Dragon King roared angrily and rushed in the direction of the traitor. This guy is too greedy. Many people around were speechless. The battle where the Heaven Battering Emperor was at was the most intense. It should be known that the Heaven Battering Emperor was an extreme Tao Emperor. The one fighting with the Heaven Battering Emperor was a Buddhist supreme. In the boundless Buddha light, the shadow of a golden dragon could be vaguely seen. It was the Heaven Dragon Buddha, one of the 7 great Buddhist supremacies of the Buddhist clan. The powerful Buddha aura spread in all directions. This is outrageous. I have no enmity with the Buddhist clan. Heaven Dragon Buddha, why are you making things difficult for me? The Heaven Battering Emperor roared angrily as he attacked. Transcending one person can save tens of thousands. Benefactor, please allow me to transcend. The Heaven Dragon Buddha had a compassionate look on his face. He waved his palms, and countless golden palm prints directly attacked the Heaven Battering Emperor. This was the Heaven Dragon's great palm print, and its power was earth-shattering. You want to purge me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Heaven Battering Emperor struck out with the Heaven Battering Fist. Countless fist shadows collided with the Heaven Dragon's great palm print, and a loud explosion erupted. The entire void was shaking. Chapter 55:24. High up in the mountains, Heaven Dragon Buddha was fighting Heaven Emperor. Buddha's light illuminated the world, and the golden dragon's shadow covered the sky. Heaven Dragon Buddha was extremely powerful. He used the heavenly dragon palm to force Heaven Emperor to retreat. There seemed to be no suspense in this battle. The experts watching the battle did not think that Heaven Emperor was a match for Heaven Dragon Buddha because Heaven Dragon Buddha was one of the 7 great Buddha Supremes of the Buddha clan. He had reached the Tao much earlier than Heaven Emperor. Heaven Emperor was still in the King realm thousands of years ago. He had only broken through to the Emperor realm in the past few thousand years. He was only in the early stages of the Emperor realm. Heaven Dragon Buddha was a famous Buddha Supreme. The reason why he could not defeat Heaven Emperor was that Heaven Emperor had a demonic weapon given to him by the boundless Demon Lord. Roar! With a dragon's roar, a powerful demonic force suddenly erupted from the chaotic Heaven Emperor's body. A black, demonic dragon's shadow rushed out from his body and fought with the golden dragon that was pouncing towards him. The demonic dragon was extremely ferocious. It crushed the head of the golden dragon with a single claw, and the entire golden dragon dissipated into the void. The demonic dragon leaped and pounced on the heavenly Dragon Buddha Supreme. Heaven Dragon Buddha was shocked. The next moment, Buddha's voice sounded. Countless Buddhas runes gathered in the void in front of him and turned into a golden shield. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic dragon slammed directly into the golden Buddha shield. The golden Buddha shield instantly shattered, and the force of the explosion sent the heavenly dragon Buddha supreme flying. The experts who were watching the battle were shocked. The mysterious demonic weapon in the hands of heaven slaughtering Heavenly Emperor was very powerful. Even an Emperor realm expert like Tianlong Buddha was defeated. Haha, Heaven Dragon Buddha can't do it. Then I'll go. A loud laugh sounded. The next moment, a figure rushed over from afar. A powerful aura instantly shrouded the whole world, and the shadow of a dragon loomed in the sky. The Black Dragon King had arrived. This guy defeated Qiu Qianjian and Fierce Tiger King, and successfully obtained a quota from Lilia. Now, he wanted to challenge Heaven Emperor. This guy is crazy. He, a King Realm expert, dares to challenge an Emperor Realm expert. Isn't he courting death? The surrounding experts were all dumbfounded. No matter how strong the Black Dragon King was, he was only at the King Realm. He thinks he's Gu Fei? Some people were very disdainful. In the Void Realm, Gu Fei was the only one who had pushed his way through and even challenged experts of a higher realm. However, in the long history of the Void Realm, there was only one Gu Fei. Are you here to die? The Chaos Heavenly Emperor directly activated his demonic artifact. Roar! The shadow of the demonic dragon once again appeared in the void around the Chaos Sky Emperor and directly met the oncoming Black Dragon King. Boom! With a loud bang, without any suspense, the Black Dragon King was blasted away by the demonic dragon and disappeared in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The Black Dragon King was overestimating himself. No matter how talented and powerful he was, it was impossible for him to defeat the Hun Tian Huang. Of course, if the Chaos Heavenly Emperor did not have the demonic artifact given to him by the limitless Demon Lord, the Black Dragon King could still fight against him. Although the Chaos Heavenly Emperor was only at the early stage of the Emperor realm, he had the demonic artifact. Even the Heaven Dragon Buddha was blasted away, let alone the Black Dragon King. This time, the Black Dragon King had kicked an iron plate. Just as the Chaos Heavenly Emperor blasted the Black Dragon King away, several powerful figures appeared nearby and locked on to the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. What? Do you want to gang up on me? Do you have any shame? The Chaos Heavenly Emperor said angrily, Chaos Heavenly Emperor, we are showing you respect by ganging up on you. Do you understand? With a loud shout, a figure directly rushed towards the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. It was the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor was an Emperor realm expert of the White Bone Ridge of the North Ruins and the sworn enemy of the Ghost Emperor. Now that the Ghost Emperor was dead, the Bone Emperor was the only Emperor realm expert left in the North Ruins. As soon as the Bone Emperor appeared, the aura of death instantly surged. Anything that came into contact with the aura of death would immediately lose its vitality. The mountains on the ground were turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowers and trees in the mountains were withering rapidly. The Bone Emperor was an Emperor realm expert. Naturally, the aura of death from his body was not to be underestimated. The surrounding experts had no choice but to retreat far away. One should know that being tainted by the Bone Emperor's aura of death was a very serious matter. The Formation Emperor, Huangfu Zun, also appeared nearby. They would not let the Chaos Heavenly Emperor go so easily. Bone Emperor, can you do it? If you can't, then scram to the side. Huangfu Zun shouted at the Bone Emperor. He was getting impatient. Old man Huangfu, this guy is mine. You can't snatch it from me. The Bone Emperor said in a deep voice, TSK, you think he is yours just because you say so? Huangfu Zun said disapprovingly, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The Bone Emperor made his move. Endless aura of death rushed out of his body and swept towards the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Amidst the aura of death, countless skeletons in battle armor appeared. It was an army of skeletons. They rushed towards the Chaos Heavenly Emperor with unstoppable momentum. The experts who were watching the battle were shocked by the Bone Emperor's move. They saw countless skeletons passing through the aura of death, killing all the living beings. No one dared to let the aura of death get close to them. Everyone's expression changed. Even the Chaos Heavenly Emperor looked solemn when facing such an attack. The shadow of the Devil Dragon rushed out of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's body and rushed towards the army of skeletons. The demonic dragon was extremely powerful. It crashed head-on into the deathly aura that swept over. Wherever it passed, countless skeletons were directly shattered into pieces in the void. The Bone Emperor was shocked when he saw this. This Chaos Heavenly Emperor was really difficult to deal with. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor had a devil weapon to protect him. He was naturally fearless and showed no mercy when he attacked. A powerful aura of devil Tao erupted from his body. Terrifying devil marks appeared on the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's face. His pupils gradually turned blood red. He had been triggered by the aura of devil Tao and was showing signs of turning into a devil. The boundless demon lord had given the devil weapon to the Chaos Heavenly Emperor with malicious intentions. He wanted to scheme against the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. The Bone Emperor retreated immediately and avoided the attack of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. He was not in a hurry to fight with the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. After forcing the Bone Emperor to retreat, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor used the devil weapon to protect himself and fled. The Bone Emperor and Huangfu Zun chased after him. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou gave the Black Dragon King a Dao weapon and an elixir. After the Black Dragon King took the elixir, he immediately recovered his primordial qi. "Don't let me down," Long Xiaozhou said to the Black Dragon King. "Yes, Your Highness." The Black Dragon King hurriedly bowed to Long Xiaozhou and then rushed into the sky to attack the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 55:25. Junior sister, it's not good for you to cheat like this. Xiao, you saw that Long Xiaozhou was helping the Black Dragon King by giving him elixirs and Dao artifacts. She couldn't stand it anymore. Senior sister, look at what you're saying. You should also support your people. Long Xiaozhou said disapprovingly. Xiaoyu was speechless. She actually had a large group of subordinates. Wasn't she treating them well? However, after the betrayal of the Saber King, Luo Lai, Xiaoyu had a different opinion of her subordinates. Sometimes she was too good to these guys, too good to the point of overdoing it. However, no matter how nice she was to them, they would still betray her and stab her in the back. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no intention of letting traitors like Saber King Luo Lai go. At this moment, the Heaven-Batten sovereign turned and fled after forcing the Bone Emperor back. However, this area was sealed by Xiao Ye's primal chaos Wuji seal. Even a supreme emperor would not be able to escape, let alone the Heaven-Batten sovereign. The Bone Emperor and Huangfu Zun chased after him immediately. The Black Dragon King was emboldened by the Dao artifact that Long Xiaozhou had given him. At this moment, the North Vanquishing King Wu Fang and the Elephant Monarch were surrounded by a group of experts. They did not have the cultivation of the Heaven-Batten sovereign, so it was impossible for them to escape. Even if I die, I will drag a few of you down with me. The North Vanquishing King roared and attacked crazily. His body was stained with blood, and he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to risk his life, the others did not want to fight him, because no one wanted to be dragged down by him. Therefore, they did not fight the North Vanquishing King alone. Instead, they teamed up and attacked together. They punched and kicked each other. After the fight, they would hide and wait for an opportunity to attack. This made the North Vanquishing King so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The Elephant Monarch was the same. No one was stupid enough to fight him to the death. He was also in danger. As for the Witch King, Wu Fang, no one attacked him because he was the king of the Sorcerer tribe. He was trapped in a valley by other King Realm cultivators of the Sorcerer tribe. The Great Witch King had come personally. "Boss, we are brothers. Can't you let me go?" Wu Fang said as he looked at the fatty in front of him on an empty space in the valley. This fatty was the Grand Wizard King. Don't be fooled by the Grand Wizard King's white, chubby, and harmless appearance. The reason why he was able to become the Grand Wizard King of the Sorcerer tribe was due to his own abilities. The Shaman tribe originally had 8 Shaman Kings. Over the past thousands of years, Shaman Kings had continuously fallen from the Shaman tribe, but after a Shaman King had fallen, a new Shaman King would take his place. That was why the Shaman tribe still had 8 Shaman Kings. The system of the Shaman tribe's 8 kings would not change just because a Shaman King had fallen. The other 6 great Wizard Kings stood behind the Great Wizard King. All the witch kings of the witch tribe had gathered in this nameless valley. This was something that was rarely seen during these past few years, because the 8 great Shaman Kings held down the various territories of the southern barbaric lands, and every single Shaman King had their own territory. Under normal circumstances, no Shaman King would easily leave his territory, especially when the situation in Nanman was in turmoil. But now, in order to deal with Wu Fang, the other 7 Shaman Kings could no longer sit still, because no one knew if Gu Fei would vent his anger on the entire sorcerer tribe because of Wu Fang's betrayal. Even though the heaven shaman priest Wu Lingxue had already gone to see Gu Fei, the great wizard kings and the rest were still uneasy. Only by capturing Wu Fang and sending him to Gu Fei would they be at ease. The sorcerer tribe still had to survive in Nanman and continue to pass down their legacy. However, the prerequisite was that they could not go against Gu Fei. "Do you King treat us as brothers?" A Shaman King roared at Wu Fang agitatedly. This Shaman King was a newly promoted Shaman King, and his name was Wu Hai. "That's right. You only care about yourself and don't treat us as brothers at all." Another Shaman King, Wu Chang, said angrily. All the Shaman Kings stared at Wu Fang furiously. Because of Wu Fang's betrayal, the entire sorcerer tribe was in an awkward position in Nanman, and it also brought the sorcerer tribe the danger of being exterminated. Wu Fang, don't treat all of you as brothers? Tell me, how have I treated all of you all these years? Wu Hai, who helped you break through to the king's realm? Who helped you become a Shaman King? It's me, Wu Fang. And you, Wu Chang. Your son was poisoned and his life was in danger. Who found the antidote and saved your son's life? It's me, Wu Fang. Wu Fang roared. Wu Hai and Wu Chang were terrified. The other Wu Fangs were also embarrassed. The Wu Fangs were actually very good to all of them, but he shouldn't have betrayed Xiaoya and actually joined hands with the Saber King Luo Lai and the others to attack the Formation Corps of the Southern Man Imperial Capital City Protection Grand Array. If they really broke through the array eye of the city defense formation and destroyed it, countless demonic creatures outside the city would invade the city. Everyone in the city would die. Then why did you betray us? The great wizard king kept the smile on his plump face and stared at Wu Fang. I wanted to save all of you. Save the sorcerer tribe. Wu Fang said loudly. Everyone was silent. No one knew that Gu Fei would suddenly return. Wu Fang did this to protect the sorcerer tribe. However, the final outcome was out of everyone's expectations. Wu Fang wanted to rely on the demons and gain military merits to protect the sorcerer tribe from being exterminated. If Gu Fei had not returned to the Void Realm in time, Wu Fang might have been able to protect the sorcerer tribe by doing this. However, there were no ifs now. Gu Fei had returned and the limitless demon master had been chased away. Until now, no one knew where the limitless demon master was. Even fewer people knew that the limitless demon master had been trapped in the star array by Gu Fei. Hence, Wu Fang's tragedy had befallen him. Even if his original intention was to save the sorcerer tribe, his actions now were a despicable betrayal. No matter what, this time, because of you, the entire sorcerer tribe is in danger. The great wizard king said in a low voice. However, who am I doing this for? Am I not doing this for the entire sorcerer tribe? Wu Fang roared unwillingly. Wu Fang, you really chose the wrong side this time. The great wizard king sighed and said, "You really won't let me go?" Wu Fang said with a cruel laugh. The group of wizard kings felt sad. Wu Fang naturally had his considerations for doing this. However, as the great wizard king had said, Wu Fang chose the wrong side. "It's not that we won't let you go. Even if we let you go, you won't be able to leave the southern man's territory." The great wizard king shook his head. Wu Fang also knew that the great wizard king was speaking the truth. Even if the sorcerer tribe did not attack him, others would. Those people just did not want to offend the sorcerer tribe. Those who were well informed already knew that the sorcerer tribe's heaven shaman priest, Wu Lingxue, had already looked for Gu Fei. "Wu Fang, you'd better surrender obediently." Chapter 55:26. The Southern Barbarian Sorcerer Tribe was definitely one of the most ancient tribes in the Southern Barbarian, or even the entire Void Realm. 10,000 years ago, the Shaman tribe was the master of the Southern Barbarians, and they ruled the Southern Barbarians for countless years. Until 10,000 years ago, when the Shaman Emperor defeated the Shaman Emperor, the Southern Barbarians changed its master. But now Nanman had a new master, and this master was Gu Fei. Although the Sorcerer tribe had lost their ruling power in the south, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The Sorcerer tribe was still one of the most powerful forces in the south. For the Sorcerer tribe, the Sorcerer King Wu Fang had put in a lot of effort for the past thousands of years. But now he had chosen the wrong side, and the consequences were severe. The entire Sorcerer tribe immediately drew a clear line between themselves and Wu Fang, and directly removed Wu Fang's name from the Sorcerer tribe's genealogy. Under the leadership of the great Wizard King, the Wizard King of the Sorcerer tribe chased after Wu Fang and trapped him in a valley. Wu Fang was really in despair. "Everything is for the Magi. Just give up resisting. Surrender." The group of shaman kings hoped that Wu Fang would surrender without putting up a fight, because the moment Wu Fang betrayed them, he was already doomed. Even the entire Sorcerer tribe could not save him. Sacrificing Wu Fang to save the entire Sorcerer tribe was definitely worth it. Hence, the great Wizard King and the rest would definitely not let Wu Fang off today. Wu Fang was filled with hatred. However, these people were right. It was impossible for him to escape. Even if the Sorcerer tribe did not attack him, the others would not let him off. Lilia had many experts under her. There was also the West Sea Dragon clan and the Heaven Ascension Buddha clan. These forces were all powerful forces that could compete with the Magi. All right. Wu Fang knew that he had really kicked an iron plate this time. Wu Hai and Wu Chang immediately rushed forward and tied Wu Fang up. "Exchanging me for the entire wizard tribe is worth it." Wu Fang was very calm. He had defected to the demons to fight for a chance of survival for the witch tribe. As long as his death was worth it, he didn't care. "I'm sorry." Wu Chang and the others had no other choice. Now that the entire South China was Gu Fei's world, they could only capture Wu Fang and hand him over to Gu Fei to deal with. "It's all right." Wu Fang had completely calmed down. "All right, let's go." As the great Witch King spoke, he was about to escort Wu Fang back to the Southern Man royal capital. "Where are you going?" At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Powerful energy, ripples, burst forth from this figure. "Who are you?" The great mage king stared at the person in the sky vigilantly. It was a lady with a graceful figure. Judging from her figure, she was definitely of the highest quality. Her purple robes fluttered in the wind, giving people a feeling of transcendence, like a fairy. Unfortunately, this purple-clothed woman's face was covered. "It's none of your business who I am. Leave that guy behind. As for the rest of you, scram." The purple-clothed, masked woman looked down at the people on the ground and said indifferently, "Haha." The great mage king laughed out of extreme anger. What was this guy doing? Was he courting death? A mere king realm cultivator actually dared to be presumptuous in front of them. The great mage king hadn't been idling around for the past few thousand years either. Even though he was fatter than he was a few thousand years ago, His cultivation had also increased along with his weight, and he had made quite a breakthrough. The current Grand Shaman King was a half-step Emperor realm existence. "Kill her for me." The great Mage King didn't have time to talk nonsense with this little girl and immediately ordered the Shaman Kings behind him. "Boss, this—" The Shaman King, Wu Ji, hesitated because the identity of this mysterious, purple-clothed woman was unknown. If they offended someone they shouldn't, the consequences would be dire. "Why are you all afraid? Are you telling me that the sorcerer tribe is an ant that anyone can step on?" The great Mage King said angrily. For the past few thousand years, he had had enough of being oppressed by others. This made him feel a pent-up anger that he couldn't release. Now, because of Wu Fang, he really couldn't suppress the anger in his chest anymore. "Boss, don't be rash," Wu Ji said anxiously. They needed to calm down at this moment. The other Shaman Kings didn't rush to attack, as Wu Ji had always been resourceful among the group of Shaman Kings. The sorcerer tribe couldn't afford to offend those big shots. "All of you attack. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." The great Mage King roared angrily. The group of Shaman Kings looked at each other. They had no choice but to soar into the sky and charge towards the purple-clothed woman in the sky. No one cared about Wu Fang because he wouldn't run away. He had already decided to sacrifice himself for the sorcerer tribe. Therefore, the great Mage King and the rest weren't afraid that Wu Fang would escape. "Sigh, why do all of you like to be tortured so much?" The purple-clothed woman shook her head and sighed. "What did you say?" The Shaman Kings were initially hesitant. However, when they saw how the purple-clothed woman looked down on them, they couldn't help but be angry. "What I said was the truth," the purple-clothed woman said nonchalantly. "This is outrageous. If I don't teach this little girl a lesson, she'll think that she's invincible." Wu Chang couldn't take it anymore and attacked the purple-clothed woman. However, at the moment when Wu Chang attacked, the purple-clothed woman in front of him suddenly disappeared. "Be careful!" the crowd exclaimed. What? Wu Chang's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman suddenly appeared beside Wu Chang and kicked him. Bam! Wu Chang didn't have time to react at all. In the next moment, the purple-clothed woman's kick landed on his neck. He felt the world spin around him as he flew out and fell into the forest below. "Kill!" Wu Hai roared and attacked. He slashed at the purple-clothed woman with both hands. Countless light blades rushed out from his hands, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The purple-clothed woman waved her hand casually, and the countless light blades that were slashing at her shattered in the void and disappeared instantly. Then the purple-clothed woman stretched out her right hand and flicked a finger at Wu Hai. Puff! A snowflake blossomed on Wu Hai's body, and he felt as if he had been struck by a divine mountain. He was sent flying over 10 kilometers away, crashing into a mountain wall. A huge crater was formed on the extremely hard mountain wall. Seeing this scene, the other Shaman Kings who were about to attack stopped and were all stunned. Since when did such a powerful woman appear in Nanman? The purple-clothed woman's combat strength was too heaven-defying. She sent 2 Shaman Kings flying with a wave of her hand. They weren't weaklings, but Shaman Kings of the King realm. Could it be that this woman was pretending to be weak? Even the great Shaman Kings were stunned by the combat strength displayed by the purple-clothed woman. "Seeing your sister, who is she?" In the distant sky, Long Xiaozhou was slightly surprised when he saw the scene. "That's the woman who came back with Master." Long Xiaozhou stared at the purple-clothed woman and said indifferently, "This woman was truly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." This was because the woman beside his master, Gu Fei, was an Emperor realm expert. What? Long Xiaozhou heard this.